Jaune made so many mistakes. Trusting RWBY to be the leader of his team was the worst mistake he could ever make. Her decision to charge at Tyrion caused Crow and his semblance to get him poisoned. Her decision to keep pressing on to have caused them to walk through the horrors of Kuroyuri. Her decision to worry about Crow over the team that was counting on her cost Jaune everything that was left of him. Kuroyuri the Nuklavi showed its intelligence by causing the team to scatter. RWBY heard Crow suffer in the corner due to the poison coursing through his veins. She asked Jaune to hold the Grim off as she checks up on him. Jaune, caught lacking haphazardly, had to make a battle plan in a rush. He made sure all the risk was on him as he kept the horrifying Grim at bay as he instructed Ren to disable it in any way he can. Cutting off its arms or blinding it with bullets to its eyes. The caliber Ren was using was ineffective as the Nuklavi launched an arm at him, piercing his already weak aura and cutting a huge gash to his right side. Nora, shocked at what she saw, reacted badly as she jumps in the air for an attack that Jaune desperately cries for her to stop. Distracted, Jaune was smashed to the ground by the horse hooves on his shield as Nora descends for a rolling smash. The horse head rose up and caught Nora mid-air. Ren cries as she was crushed to death in the Nuklavi's maw. Jaune, enraged at losing another teammate, summoned all the aura he had left and stabbed the horse in the gut, causing it to kneel. Ren approached Nora's corpse as he pats her head one last time as he charges the Grim, and was able to get in close to cut off one of its arms with Storm Flower, and he drew his father's knife with the other hand and stabbed it into the freak's eye, finally killing it. The Grim dissipates as the weight was released off of Jaune. He struggles to get back up. He saw the broken bodies of his two teammates and friends. Ren. Jaune. He limps towards him as he checks on his wound and saw it was fatal. Ren. Jaune. Bring her to me. Jaune knew it was the end, and he complies in despair. He picked up Nora and puts her in his lap as he leaned to the tree in the center of the town. Jaune was crying all the way. Ren. I'm sorry. Jaune. It seems like we're leaving you alone. Jaune. No. Asterisk sob asterisk I'm sorry. This is all my fault. I did this. Asterisk sob asterisk Ren. We don't blame you. I guess this was destiny. This place was our home. It's where we first met. This is fitting. Live on Jaune. Live for all of us. He finishes with his last breathe as he closes his eyes. Jaune reached out to him but lowered his hand in shame. He heard a bullhead land and saw RWBY and the pilot carry Crow away towards the ship, and after that RWBY tried to come back to the rest of the team, but she was being pulled by the pilot into the ship. She was kicking and screaming the whole time. The ship then takes off as Jaune looked at it with disdain. He felt nothing but anger. Anger at Crow. Anger at RWBY. Anger at the Grim that killed his friends, but the greatest anger was his thoughts was interrupted by a massive horde of Grim coming to the beacon of negativity Jaune was emitting. He picked up his blade and stood for one last hurrah, but everything seemed to stop as a red glow engulfed the entire area, and the Grim were halted by a sphere of red flames. Jaune looks up to the light and saw a ring. Ring. Jaune, Ark of Remnant. You have been chosen, for you have unforgiving rage. Take the ring and speak my oath, and take your burning hatred and use it to burn the unpunished to escape justice. Deep in his rage the oath came. Jaune. With blood and rage of crimson red, we fill men's soul with darkest dread. Together with our hellish hate. And with a mighty shout he completes his oath. Jaune. We will burn you, all that is your fate. As he dons the ring and a mighty red light blasts towards the sky. Many people saw the light. Even Salem from her tower saw it and wondered what it was, and when the light died down the Grim were welcomed with a tidal wave of fiery napalm through the fire and the flames. An intimidating figure walked out. He buried his friends with a red construct and marked it with their weapons. The lantern then flew up, but later on he crashed as he fell into a clear part of the forest as he then deconstruct his clothes as he tries to process what happened. The ring, hearing his thoughts, followed his commands and informed him on what the red lanterns are and what they stand for. He spent the days studying on how to properly use the ring and surviving off the land. Jaune's mind was still plagued by the incident, as he remembers those who wronged his friends as the list grew from Cinder to Ashpin to Crow, and then to RWBY. But as you know, the list of vengeance will always keep getting longer the more hate you foster. But Jaune's thoughts were to just survive to exact justice. Chapter end. John found himself living in a Mistral village as he gets some jobs to fund himself moving forward. The ring was a strange weapon to wield as he thought of random stuff to get the hang of it. The ring flashed, indicating a message ring. Note: you must charge the ring, and to do so you must summon the power battery. If you are low on power and didn't summon it, you will be powerless. John focused on the thought of recharging, and a lantern battery materializes itself as he picked it up. John, how do I charge it? He tried tapping the ring to the lantern battery, but nothing happens. Inner voice. Speak your oath. John, in blood and rage of crimson red, we fill men's soul with darkest dread. Together with our hellish hate, we will burn you, all that is your fate. The ring was fully charged, and it glowed, indicating communication. It informs him of training programs on how to develop constructs. John went to the library to learn more of tools, gear, or any other things he can construct. The blessing he had was a photographic memory which makes projecting constructs easier, but it has now become a blessing and a curse because the death of his friends will be forever seared into his mind, and he will never be able to get rid of it. He spent a few weeks learning everything he could do with the ring and studying its limitations and other functions. Once he was ready, he made his way towards Haven to face Cinder and Ruby. When he arrived, he found many people in the front of the academy. Seeing it as the White Fang, he felt anger. They are the reason why Cinder was able to do what she did. They were also the reason why so many innocent people died at Vale. The ring pulsed with rage for the dead, as one of the duties of the Red Lantern is to avenge those who never had a chance to survive. He smashed into the middle of what it seems Blake and Adam, who was squaring off. Adam. What? Blake. Enemy reinforcements. When the smoke cleared, they saw a figure shrouded with red light. John. Adam Taurus. The souls of those you have killed demands vengeance. He said with a deathly voice. Adam, what? All the sniveling humans and traitors I have killed want vengeance. Don't make me laugh. They're all dead. Why do they matter? John, I speak for the dead. Prepare to die. Blake saw who it was and recognized him at a glance. Blake. John. Adam. Oh, you know him, my dear Blake. This will make it all too. He puts his hand on Wilt, only to feel nothing as he looked to his side, and his arm was missing. Adam. RRRGGJ. He screams as blood spurt all over, and with another wave Adam's other arm was blown away. He created a gag and brace to hold Adam down, and he created a blowtorch to cauterize his wounds, and he didn't care if it hurts like hell. Blake was stunned at the brutality and couldn't muster up a voice. John. Anyone else who wants vengeance to rain down upon you? Adam's followers dropped their weapons and surrendered. He heard someone charging him as he dodges. It was a large burly man with dust crystals in his arms. Hazel. I will not let you pass. John, I do not know you. My vengeance isn't for you. Hazel. I still can't let you take away my revenge. His ring responds to his hate. John. Who had done you wrong? Hazel. Ashbin. His incompetence had my sister killed. John. Ashbin will pay for his crimes, but the souls of your victims are screaming at me to kill you. Hazel. John. Your victims were innocent men, women and children who worked as a huntsman or a huntress. Why did you kill them? Hazel. To deny Ashbin any more allies. John. And make the world a dangerous place. Huntsmen are the protectors of those who can't protect themselves. How many people died due to your actions? How many villages fell? How many families have mourned? How many of them would have been like your sister? Is this what she would have wanted? Would she be filled proud and joy to learn her own brother is a bloody murder of the people she sworn to protect? Hazel. He was struck with that harsh realization, but agony is what he deserved as he was struck down by a barrage of copies of Crochet Moors, piercing his body and pinning him to the floor. John. You deserve death, but you don't get to die easy. Suffer and burn as you spend the rest of your life thinking of all the lives you ruined, and live with shame of the thought that your sister will never accept you. Hazel. Kill me. I deserve it. Kill me. Sabai. I am so sorry, Gretchen. Sob. John walks away towards Haven's entrance. Blake tried to talk to him, only to have a blade fly by her face, cutting a piece of her hair. John. Don't even speak to me. He continues to walk away. Blake. What has happened to you, John? Chapter end. The door to the academy was blasted open as Cinder was interrupted from throwing a spear towards Weiss. RWBY was on the floor, and Young was dealing with Mercury Oscar, and Crow was restraining Leonardo. RWBY woke up to her friend engulfed in flames. She thought she died and went to hell, but she saw Jaune alive and well. Although not well with the murderous look on his face, Crow knew that look all too well. But he couldn't believe the boy who called both him and Ashbin out would turn out like this. Cinder. Who are you? Jaune. Mercury, hey. She's talking. He couldn't keep up as Jaune appeared in front of him in a blur and punched him with a big spiked gauntlet, sending him spiraling out of control towards a wall, knocking him out. Emerald sprung to Cinder's defense as she assaults Jaune with hallucinations of his deceased team ring. Warning: abnormal brainwave activity detected. Recommendation: dispel the abnormality with strong emotion. Jaune closed his eyes as the fire around him erupts into an inferno, as his eyes were bleeding and his sclera was black and his pupils were glowing red. Jaune, you dare! He launched a chain construct as it latches onto Emerald's as he proceeds to repeatedly smash her on the ground. After a few moments of pummeling, he raised her beaten and bloody body and threw her at Mercury's body, both battered but alive, when he glares at Cinder. Jaune, do you even regret doing the things you've done? Cinder, why should I? Power demands sacrifice, and I have done so. Jaune, that sacrifice pertains to you, not someone else. Cinder, why bother when I can have someone else do it for me? Jaune then now explodes as red flames spread around him until these flames took shape of Pyrrha. Nora and ran her eyes widen at Pyrrha's image, while RWBY looks on in horror at those who were gone. Blake entered, seeing the bloodbath as she saw her team, and joins them. Weiss and Young were helping RWBY until Young saw Raven trying to back away, only for Crow to confront her, and Young joining in. Jaune raised his hand towards Cinder, and his construct team went into action as they coordinately attacked her with efficiency that could make Ashbin's chosen teams jealous. Ran sidelined Cinder, causing her to give him her attention. Unfortunately, Nora was behind her with Mag Hild ready, and smashed her knee, breaking it as she screamed in pain as Ren silenced her with palm strike to the chin. As Pyrrha jumped in with a downward slash with Milo, she staggered as her aura was draining fast, and she let loose waves of fire as the constructs shrugged it off, shocking Cinder that her so-called power didn't even scratch them. They continued the assault as Ran came in, pelting her with a bullet storm with Storm Flower, while Nora came from behind as she swung upward and sent her flying in the air, with Pyrrha finally cracking Cinder's aura and skewering Milo through her chest and pinning her to the ground. Team RWBY and everyone else inside the academy was shocked to see the ruthlessness that Jaune was showing. This was not the same goofball they knew before. Crow heard what happened to his team and blames himself for the kid's apparent downfall. The scary thought is, what if he directs that rage towards all of them? He prays the kid will still have enough of himself to pull him out of the abyss, like how Crow and Ty did. Jaune walked toward Cinder's body as the constructs of his team circle her. Cinder, how could you gain so much power? Jaune, when I lost the only people to ever believe in me. Tell me, do you believe in destiny? Cinder. Jaune, this fate is yours. He inhaled and then exhaled a tornado of napalm, burning Cinder alive. It was painfully slow as her skin melted down to her muscles to the bone until her remains turned into a black smudge on the ground. The constructs vanished without a trace. RWBY. Jaune. He turned to her, eyes still burning red. Crow readied himself for a fight and felt he was looking at Salem herself, the rage, the malice. Jaune walked towards her and stopped a few feet away from her team, who looked at him in disbelief. RWBY. Jaune. Jaune, shut up. I'm not here to hear your sniveling, feeble, pathetic apologies. Young, hey, what's your... She was silenced as a red tape covers her mouth. Jaune, I wasn't speaking to you. Weiss. Listen here, Ark. She was cut off as she felt massive air pressure blew past her as she looked at his murderous gaze. Blake. Then fire blasted all over the place. Jaune, speak when you are spoken to. He then shifted his glare at RWBY, who was cowering at his presence as he looks like the demons from the fairy tales. Jaune, I see you have your team finally reunited. All it took was the complete death of mine. RWBY, I'm so... Jaune, did you remember that time I begged you to save Pyrrha? RWBY. Jaune, some hero you were. Although I am one to talk when I wasn't able to do anything either. But when you asked me for help to join you here at Haven, Ran and Nora trusted you. I thought I could too. And where were you? Where were you when we needed you most? You were our leader. Where were you when we were dying one by one? He screams at the top of his lungs as his ring shines like a red sun. John, it must be nice to have everything you want at the cost of others. He looks down to see Crescent Rose on the floor. He puts his foot on top of it. Ruby. John. The rest of the team tried to protest, but to no avail. He even released Yang's mouth in order to hear their pointless words. John, you once said this thing was your baby. Feel a fraction of what I felt. He then stomps on it, breaking it into many pieces. Crow was angry, yes, but he knows it's just a weapon and can be fixed. But if they dared pick a fight with him, someone else could die, and he tries to calm them down. Ashbin. Oscar, Mr. R. Please, you don't need to do this. John, who the hell are you? Ashbin. It's me, Professor Ashbin. John, you're not him. Ashbin. I know this is hard to believe, but I can reincarnate. I am indeed the Ashbin, you know. John, prove it. Ashbin. I asked for your help to protect the Fall My. He then became a blur as spiked knuckles smashed into Oscar's face and sent him crashing to the wall like Mercury, knocking him out. John then turns around as he leaves, but gave them his final words. John, this is an ultimatum. You people are nothing to me. You Ruby. You're less than nothing. Do not look for me. I can't guarantee that I won't kill you if you do. He then took to the skies and leaves a broken-hearted Ruby crying at the loss of her very first friend. Meanwhile, somewhere in a forest, John lands as he stood motionless for a moment, and he raised his ring and created the constructs of his friends as they stood before him. John, tell me. He begins to cry. John, tell me it's all my fault. Pira, Ran and Nora. They do not respond. John, tell me I'm a failure. Once again silence. He falls to his knees and bowed his head towards them. John, tell me I was weak. Sob, sob. They did nothing. He simply cries, telling them to berate him, but they didn't. As they disappear, no one was blaming him but himself. John cried into the night, finally letting all the emotions he was bottling up until the final confrontation. Unknown to him, something was coming to Remnant. Chapter end. After exacting his vengeance, revenge, justice, whatever society may deem it, John returned to the village he stayed at. He found himself some free land outside of it and made a farm. Grimm were still a looming danger, but John's radiating lantern energies caused them to fear the location and stay away. He spent days working, trying to get his mind off his troubles, but the photographic memory that was mentioned was becoming more of burden than a benefit for the burnt-out lantern days gone by, as he was assaulted by nightmares of his friend's demise. Waking up at some nights in a cold sweat, John tried his best to get over it, but it was hard. He tried practicing with the ring again, but noticed it was weaker than it was before. It seems like his motivation for revenge was the primary source of fuel for it to fully reach its potential, but without it, it was just a fancy trinket compared to the weapon of mass destruction that it was. Even exacting revenge didn't give him anything but a hole. John made a living and became a regular provider for the village, and they were thankful for it. He made a bond with them as he lived a quiet, normal life, but it wasn't going to be peaceful for long. One day, a group of bandits came rampaging as the disappearance of the Branwen tribe lost its leader gave them an opportunity. John was there to sell his crop, only to be caught in the crossfire. The town's guard met them on the battlefield. As John sprang into action, he activates his ring, but it wasn't as effective as it was then. He saw a family being attacked as it sparked anger in him, but something more. He defends the family and punched the bandit, hitting him into a group with a red spiked knuckle. The ring did only partial damage to their aura. This is not getting him anywhere until a bright light shine, blinding everyone but him. Ring. John, Lantern of Remnant, Sector 622-1981. You possess great will. Take the ring and speak our oath. Fulfill your duty and uphold the peace. He took the ring and puts it on his other finger, and he spoke. John, in brightest day and darkest night, no evil shall escape my sight. Let all those who worship evil's might beware my power. Green Lantern's light. He blasted upwards, sending a shockwave that only affected the bandits, blasting them away into the ground. Jaune was now embraced with a more calm and emerald energy as his suit forms. He then created more stable constructs as he faces the bandits. He created a group of knights in phalanx formation. They were able to run the bandits out of town, and Jaune was left behind as people looked at him in awe. He noticed the substantial damage around the town as he created construction constructs and helped repair the place. Many people joined in the effort in appreciation for what he does, and they were able to get back up days after Jaune's recruitment into the corps. Another shooting star came to Remnant. It landed near the village, and it was revealed to be a girl as she struggled to get up. Jessica, why did you bring me here? Hey, I'm talking to you. Ring. It only created a pathway for her to follow as it leads to the town where Jaune is staying at. Jessica. Alright, you better be right about this. She started walking down the road hoping someone there could help her. Once she arrived, she just saw a bustling town. Many looked at her in familiarity, seeing her clothes. They thought she was connected to their hero. She walks around stopping when she saw a green lantern helping with some of the repairs on a few buildings. Jessica approached them as Jaune's ring flashed, getting his attention. He told the people to take a break while he deals with this new situation presented to him. Jaune. Hello? May I help you? She showed her ring, and that got Jaune to raise a brow. Jessica told him that she was not from around here, and her ring dragged her all the way across the galaxy to be here. And Jaune tries to piece everything together. He invited her to a restaurant in town to speak further. Chapter end. Jessica told him all she knew and where she came from as he was calmly stirring his coffee. After all that exposition, he took a sip and addressed the problem. Jaune. So you have no idea why you're here? Jessica. Yeah. Jaune. Do you need to get back home? Jessica. I have been living by myself after the murder attempt. Jaune. That has to be horrible to live through. Jessica. I'm lucky to be alive right now and this happened. She noticed something off as there was another ring on his finger. Did it belong to someone else? Why was it red? Jaune. Taking all you said into consideration, you're here to maybe learn something. Help with quelling this world's trouble, or maybe something else entirely. Jessica. That doesn't narrow it down much. Jaune. It's a start. Maybe you need training. Jessica. I think so. I'm still new to this, and for some reason my ring doesn't listen to me for some reason. Jaune. Well, let's deal with that later. Eat, it's my treat. She just chomp on her burger as Jaune finishes his coffee. After a while of Jaune finishing helping the people, he took Jessica to a more safe place to practice her ring slinging. She was trying to get a response from her ring, but nothing happens. Jessica. Why won't you work? Jaune. May I offer a suggestion? Jessica. Okay, shoot. Jaune. The ring is powered by will. Do you have something in your life that makes you doubt yourself to an extreme? Jessica. You sound like you have experience. Jaune. Don't change subjects. Focus on what is bothering you. Jessica. I don't like the feeling of my ring not working. It feels like I'm... Jaune. Powerless. It's just a ring. Jessica. Jessica. This ring isn't just a piece of jewelry. It's my strength. It's what keeps me together. Without it... She was hyperventilating as Jaune rushed to grab her shoulders. Jaune. Jessica, calm down. Breathe. In and out. She was still panicking until Jaune forced her to pay attention by glaring at her face to face. Jaune. Breathe. She finally stopped and did what he told as she starts to calm down. Jessica. I'm sorry, it's just... Jaune. You survived a bad moment in your life and the ring. This ring has become your crutch. He pulls it off her as she feels even more anxious. Jessica. Give it back. Jaune, make me. Jessica. She swung at him as he dodged her attacks. She was sloppy and slightly trained, but her lack of experience was there. Jaune. This ring is nothing without a wielder. But you are something without it. Jessica. Like what? Jaune. You are Jessica Cruz, a survivor. If you were weak, you wouldn't be here today. You survived because of your will to live. And you mistaken this ring as your will. Don't simply try to take it from me. Will it from me. He dangles the ring in front of her face as she tries to snatch it. They kept doing this until she was fired up and tried to take it again until the ring glowed and forces its way out of his hand and into Jessica's. It may have been recalled, but it still won't fully function. Jessica arg. I have the ring, but it still won't work. Jaune. There is something else other than your trauma hampering your will. Please tell me what's wrong. I can't help you if you won't let me. Jessica. This ring is a symbol of power in my world. It's also a symbol of belonging. And I always wanted to belong. So badly to fit into my skin, and yet here I was forever different from my friends. That sparked something in Jaune. You don't need the ring to belong, Jessica. She looked up to him to see a face filled with understanding. Jaune. I know what it feels like to wish to belong. More than you will ever know. His face was filled with great sadness as he looks away and upwards to the stars. Jaune. I always felt I was the odd man out of everyone who was special. I was just ordinary. But I found where I belong because I searched for it myself. And I didn't need anything else to do that. All I had was a wish. I had to do the work. You don't need a ring to belong. She looks up to him and she felt a wave of sadness creeping up to her as she looks to her ring and back to him again. Jaune. Our decisions shape our world. She felt something in her stir as her ring finally glows again. He looks to the red lantern ring as it ominously glowed. She was happy that her ring came back to life as she made her decision. Jessica. What happened to you, Jaune? Jaune, you don't need to know. Jessica. After all that and you clam up now. You helped me and I want to do the same. Jaune. You wouldn't understand. As he turns his back to her. Jessica. I'm not taking no for an answer. Jaune. It cannot be described with words. Jessica. I made my choice. I know what I need to do. Jaune, and that is, Jessica, I want to help people, but most importantly, I want to help you. I know something is off the moment we met. You're a nice guy and I don't think you're bad. It has something to do with that other ring of yours. What is it? Is it bad? Jaune, you don't know me. Jessica, then let me help you. Dang it. You said it yourself. I can't help you if you won't help yourself. Jaune, please. Jessica, drop it. She felt it was bad to push him and drops it before things escalate, but she won't let this go. Jaune. It's getting dark, we should rest. I'll teach you more tomorrow. Jessica nods and follows him to his farm. The day ends with one problem solved, but another is found. Chapter end. The day after, Jaune was up early as per his routine to gather the crops to plant more, to get some eggs from the chickens, milk the cows, cut the wheat and till the fields. Without using the ring, Jessica was a late sleeper due to the jet lag of flying through space. Jaune then made breakfast as she finally woke up and joined him. Jaune. You slept in. Jessica. Yeah, I was dead tired cause of all the stress a few days ago. Jaune. Well, eat up and de-stress. A full tummy helps with a lot of things. Jessica, you're treating me like a kid. Jaune. I'm sure I'm older than you. Jessica. I'm 21. 19. Jessica. She points at his face but he smirks. Jaune. You may be older but you're the one acting like a child. She blushed and sat back down as he simply snickers at her pouting face. Jaundice. I changed her age, so bite my thick voluptuous ass. Well, it's a joke. The two chat about themselves as they proceed with everyday life. It seems like Jessica is slowly getting used to life on Remnant. Later, ring combat training. She was aiming at empty cans. Jaune set up for target practice. Jessica. I already know how to fight with my ring. Jaune. We will see if you are over your anxiety. She took aim and fired at some of the cans, but he noticed she was a little shaky and he approached her and stood close to her as he leans in her line of sight as he nearly touched her cheek with his. He holds her wrist and steadies it. Jaune. Now try again. She fired a shot, but due to loss of focus the shot became less controlled and wild as it blew a large portion of land. Jaune. Well, that is something new. What happened? Jessica was blushing red as he was worried if she got a fever, and he checked it by touching her forehead with his, causing her to fall flat on her. But Jessica. There is a better way of checking temperature, you doofus. She screamed at him in embarrassment. Jaune. I was just testing your mental fortitude. If simple stuff like this can cause you to lose focus, what might happen in a battle is something I don't want either of us to find out. Jessica just made an angry face at him as he shrugs. Jaune. Hey, I'm not that dense. Every reader. You are in many other worlds. She got back up and dusted herself, created a gun construct and opened fire. Jaune. I see you have some complex constructs. Jessica. Yeah, I learned some basic self-defense weapons. She conjured a steel baton and a taser. Jaune. Well, it's good that you have some constructs in your arsenal. But having more variety is good for any lantern. He shows her a mecha shift construct of wilt and blush as he took note of his enemies during battle. Jaune demonstrated the use of a gun scabbard and katana swordplay. Jessica. It's also a gun? Jaune. A lot of the things here mostly are, but the Lantern Archive has taught me numerous more unique constructs. Jessica. I guess I haven't reached that far. Jaune. Maybe that's why you're here. Jessica. If I needed to learn, why didn't the ring take me to OA? Where more experienced lanterns are. Jaune. Maybe you're here for something else. As the ring said, it doesn't make mistakes in choosing. Jessica. Yeah, it gave me that speech too. Jaune. Well, that's it for today. I have to get into town to sell some produce. Jessica. You did all that in the morning. Jaune. I wake up half an hour before the rooster crows. That's enough time to take a shower, get dressed, grab a snack and get to work. Everyone my age takes forever to get ready, especially girls. Jessica. I can get that, I'm not much of a makeup person. Jaune. Practical, I can respect that. The two loads up the goods and went to the village. They were on the road until they saw something blocking the way and Jaune went down to clear the way, but then a couple of goons walked out of the forest. It seems like more bandits roam the strawl as Jessica was now on guard and Jaune was readying for a fight. Bandit 1. Leave the cart and you may keep your lives. The men noticed the girl on the cart. Bandit 2. Leave the girl too. Jaune. Do you really want to do this? Bandit. What a stupid question, we're bandits. Genius. Jaune. So there's nothing that will change your mind. Bandit 1. Enough of this. He then tries to shove Jaune away, but the pair glowed green as they transform into their uniforms. Jaune. Well, you've done fucked up. Jessica then created a baseball bat and smashed them into a home run as Jaune created a glove and caught them. He then smashes them down to the ground, knocking them out. Many of the town's guards came out and arrested the criminals. Guard. Thanks for catching them. They were some of the assholes that attacked us recently. They've been in hiding for days. Jessica. Glad we could help. Jaune. Well, let's go, Jess. We still need to each the farmer's market. She nods and powers down and got back on the cart as Jaune takes the reins and the two went to the village. Jaune thought if this type of thing is still happening here. He wonders if it's happening somewhere else. Maybe the two of them were needed to stop these kinds of crimes. His thoughts drift to Argus as he thought about his family. It seems like a new purpose finally revealed itself to him. He will continue to mentor Jessica on Remnant for as long as he was needed. Criminals beware. 2 green. Lanterns are on the case. Chapter end. Jaune had sold this season's crops, but he announced he would be leaving for some personal matters, and so he gave people an opportunity to rent his land and work there, as the farm was now known. He had a lot of tenants who wanted to work as he evaluate them for the farm. Anything they sell is theirs, but 10% is the payment for Jaune's land. They agreed happily, but Jaune had trained warriors to guard it as he informed them maybe the reason Grimm didn't go near it is because of his presence, so he had trained the people to defend themselves in such a situation. After more preparation, Jaune and Jessica gets ready to depart for Argus. Later at the farm, Jaune was giving a few last instructions on guarding the farm from humans and Grimm. Jessica was practicing her construct making skills. After all the instructions were conveyed, Jaune walked over to Jessica, who stood ready as the two then suit up and flew up north towards one of his family members' homes. As the two were flying through the skies, Jaune felt some emotions in a certain area. It was ways away from the known railroad towards Argus. He felt a familiar presence. As he felt it was his former associates, Jaune could care less of what happens to them now. Jessica. What is it, Jaune? Jaune. Nothing. Just remembering something that ticks me off. Jessica. Okay. She still couldn't bring up what was bothering him in fear he might have a really bad reaction. The two simply flew towards their destination silently without any trouble while Team RWBY fend for themselves in a certain abandoned grim-infested farmland. They arrived momentarily at Saffron's house. He stood in front of the door just staring at it. Jessica was looking at him in worry. He raised his hand but didn't knock. Jess has had enough and knocked for him, causing him to glare at her as they hear a voice, "Saffron, coming." A few moments later the door swung open as John was face to face with his older sister Saffron. "John? John. Hey Saff." She just hugs him instantly as he was shocked and couldn't respond until a few seconds he returns the hug. "Saffron, what happened to you? We saw what happened at Vale and we couldn't reach you. Mom and Dad are very worried." "John. Oh, are they now? They didn't give a damn about what I want before. Why would they give two flying fucks now?" Jessica was caught off guard with the cursing he received. A bonk. "Saffron. You know why they didn't train you? They wanted you to be safe." "John. Not teaching their son self-defense or training him just in case if grim or bad people go on a rampage like what we're seeing now." "Saffron, let's talk inside." They all went in as John saw Adrian playing in the living room as they hear noises in the kitchen where they found Tara. "Saffron, I get what they did was a mistake, but running away and going to apply for a dangerous job is also a no-brainer." "John. It's the only way I have left to learn. I'm too old for combat school. I can't go apply for training while they were on the lookout. So tell me when they're gone and I'm alone living in this dangerous world. What would I do if I get mugged, grim attack, bandit attack? Just lie down and die." "Saffron. John. Is it because I'm an embarrassment? Am I really that pathetic?" "Saffron, oh, when you were still a baby. You were dying." "John." "Jessica. Tara." "John. She told me the whole story. Ooh. Shouldn't be alive today. The doctors diagnosed you with a congenital heart disease. You wouldn't last past 4 years old." Saffron was crying. "Tara, John, your parents and your two older sisters constantly had to watch over you to make sure that if something happened they can take you to the doctors. They worked, they prayed for 4 years for you to get better. Then one day the disease was gone. And we didn't know what happened to it." John felt his aura envelope him. "Saffron, that glow. That's what happened." "John, so the reason my aura was not even working before was because of the illness." He remembers Pira's gift to him as he froze. "Saffron, John?" Tara looked to her in worry as they all looked to him as they saw a tear escape his eye. "Saffron. John?" John felt something wet drip down his face. "John, I thought I wasn't able to cry anymore." Saffron laid her hands on his as he starts to cry. Tara stood up and put her hands on his shoulders. "Tara. John. John, they're all gone." Asterisk sob asterisk he cries out as he lowers his head. Jessica couldn't believe what she was seeing. The man who was so strong-willed and brave is now a total mess. It reminds her that they may be Green Lanterns, but they were still people. "John, my team. They're all dead." Asterisk hic asterisk Saffron and the others heard about it, but they couldn't believe it either, and for John to go through that kind of loss. But hearing him say all of them, "John, I'm a failure. I got them all killed. I should be dead, not them." Jessica was pained seeing him in this state. He just cries as Saffron and Tara hugs him. Adrian was still playing on the floor, not aware of what was happening, but when he looked at John, who was crying, he started crying too. Jessica saw this and tried to calm him down by making faces. It took a while, but he was able to let out a giggle. John was in no shape to talk after that, so they spent the day just being there for him. Chapter end. Outside Remnant, another shooting star was heading towards the planet. The day after, John woke up to find himself in a room. It appears to be a spare room as he tried to recall what happened to him yesterday. He remembers crying for a long time as he thinks he passed out due to the surge of emotions that he was always repressing. He saw Jessica laying down in a comfy chair, but he picked her up and puts her in bed and tucked her in. It was nearing nighttime as it seems everyone was stressed into sleeping. He leaves to clear his head without their notice. He was just walking through Argus aimlessly as he lands himself on a bench at a nearby park. Then something caught his attention, a leaf that blew through the wind. As he felt being pulled towards a certain path, he arrives at center, and saw something in the distance. It was a statue. And that made his eyes widen as he approached. It was a statue dedicated to his former partner. Jaune approached the statue and knelt at it. He couldn't bear being there, as a voice suddenly kept him there. "It's really beautiful, isn't it?" He turned and saw a beautiful red-haired woman standing in front of the memorial with a bouquet of flowers. "Jaune, yeah. Why here?" "She trained here. Sanctum Academy." Everyone was crushed when she chose Beacon over Haven. No one wanted to see her go, but it was where she wanted to be. "I'm just glad she was surrounded such amazing people." That wasn't true. He was nothing. Nothing at all. As flashes over his failures rewound in his mind, curse his memory, his ring responds to the lingering hate now growing once again. He opened his eyes as he looked at her, only to be met that she was looking at him. "Jaune, she should be standing here?" "She is." She understood that she had a responsibility to try. I don't think she would regret her choices, because a huntress would understand that there really wasn't a choice to make. And to be a huntress is what she always wanted to be. Jaune. Piran never got the chance to graduate, but she was a huntress. She wipes away her tear. "Thank you." Then a strong wind blew and he covered his eyes, and when it was done she was gone, only for the flowers to be set at Piran's feet. He gazed upon the statue again as his thoughts tried to take him to a darker place. Then faint images of his friends appeared around him like ghosts tinted red ren. "You failed us. Nora, I hate you." "Piran, I wished I never knew you." Jaune was now in his red lantern uniform, being engulfed by flames, until another voice broke him out of his thoughts. "Greetings. Jaune. Who or what are you?" "A mere drifter. And that is quite the look you're giving me. Reminds me of the people I have fought, bad people who have seriously done bad thing." "Jaune, tell me who you are, or so help me." "The path they walk led to their doom. It is the same path you walk now. I'm Saint Walker, and you are?" "Jaune, about to kick your smug rear." "Saint Walker. That is not a very pleasant name, not in the least." "Jaune, you have a problem with me?" "Saint Walker. Do you have a problem with you?" With each rebuttal, Jaune is edging ever closely to rage. "Jaune, I only have one problem, but it's a problem I intend to correct." As he launched an attack and Saint Walker dodges, "Jaune, taste the power of my rage." "Saint Walker, rage has no real power or taste for that matter." He was getting frustrated. He was now being sloppy in his attacks, consisting of wild swings and overreaching lunges. "Saint Walker. It is the orphan child of fear and despair." He tried launching a blast, only for Saint Walker to slap his hand upwards, sending the blast away. Jaune was not faring quite too well against this unknown entity. He easily dodges all his attempts and fires back with helpful advice, landing on a tree. "Saint Walker, your kicks need work a little higher at the knee, I think." Enraged, Jaune cuts down the tree he was standing on as he calmly walks and catches a melon. "Saint Walker, speaking of taste though, you should try this melon, brother, it is really sweet." That didn't dissuade Jaune in attacking further. "Jaune, sit still so I can hit you." "Saint Walker, no brother, you sit still." As he hits him in the neck, causing him to go limp. "Saint Walker, there's a storm coming, brother, and the galaxy will need everyone of strong and true heart to survive." "Jaune, what in the name of Aum are you talking about?" "Saint Walker, your anger and rage may lead to your doom personally. I think you should avoid that, but there's always hope." As he pulls out a green lantern ring. "Jaune, you're one of us?" "Saint Walker, no, this is yours, you forgot to use it." He then looks down to his hand and sees his second ring missing. "Saint Walker, I travel a different path." He then glows blue and dons his blue lantern uniform. "Jaune, a blue lantern. Saint Walker, I can see that you are afflicted by pain and loss, but holding on to them will do you no good. Find your way." He then walks away from him as he tries to recover. Saint Walker ran into Jessica, who saw the blast and was coming this way. "Jessica, a blue lantern?" She then notices Jaune in the distance on the ground in a red uniform. "Jessica, what did you do to him?" as she prepares to attack Saint Walker. I just gave him some advice and you should be there for him now. It seems that destiny has chosen you to save a soul. Jessica was puzzled by that remark but recalls John's current state. Saint Walker. Go be with him. As she relaxes and runs towards John, who is now standing, but this time he was in tears as he looked back at the statue, pondering on what Saint Walker said. Jessica saw his state and grabbed him by the head. Jessica. Hey. Just listen to me. He looks at her as he was fully breaking down. Jessica. Just don't be the ring. Don't be a red lantern. Be yourself. Be John. Just let it out. Just let yourself fall apart. I'll hold you together. As she hugs him as he hugged her tight and cried his heart out, and she held him tightly to comfort him. John finally let himself feel once again. Chapter end. John finally finished crying as he looked up to Jessica. Jessica. Hey. John, hey. I must look like a mess, he said as he wipes his face clean of all the tears. And you know what, I won't mention it. She just shakes her head. Jessica. Everyone has a breaking point and you were way beyond yours. Takes strength to keep it in, but it takes courage to let it all out. John. Thanks, Jessica. Seriously, thank you. Jessica. Like I said, I'm here to help. It's the job of a Green Lantern. He smiled at her as he got back up. John. Let's go back home, I need some rest. Jessica. Yeah, I'm bushed. John. Sorry for being a problem. She levitates and bonks him on the side of his head. Jessica. Don't you dare apologize for something that wasn't your fault. She floats in front of him and gave him a glare as he buckles and reciprocates. John. Thanks, Jessica. Really? Jessica. Call me Jess. Jessica feels so formal. You're my friend John. She noticed him freezing and knew what was going on as she grabs his cheeks, face. I hate that I need to specify for the others out there. Jessica. John snap out of it. He was in shock the moment she said she was a friend. His mind went 60 miles per hour on what could happen to her by simply being associated with him. John. Gasp. Sorry. She pinches him. Jessica. Stop it. You were suffering an anxiety attack. Please, John, just stop blaming yourself. John. I'll do my best. She then lets go of him and pats his head. John. I don't know what I would have done without you, Jess. From the bottom of my heart, thank you. In that instant, something sparked in Jessica as her ring now glows really bright as a new purpose has been given to her. To protect people like John from this kind of tragedy. John. Let's go back before someone misses us. Once that was settled, a familiar team of misfits arrived at Argus. Without John and his connections to his family here, Team Beacon was forced to rent a room on Crow's account. And due to him not being that affluent, it was a tight fit for 6 people, unaware that someone who hates them is in the city. After a while, everything was normal as days passes by. John spent much time re-establishing his mental strength and helping Jessica with her own ring controls. Saffron and Tara welcomed the pair and a question came up. Saffron. What will you do now that Beacon is gone? John. Help in any way I can. I got these rings for a reason and it's not for simple jewelry. Tara. But what about the authorities? Jessica. Last time I checked, the Green Lanterns are the galaxy's police force. John. Has anyone been assigned this sector, Jess? Jessica. So far this is the outer regions of space. No lantern in history has been assigned here. John. I guess we have free reign. The rings are not recalling us to OA, so that should be a suitable answer. Adrian was laughing, playing with one of Jessica's constructs as she learns how to multitask with 2 constructs at once. She was making headways in her training as John trained beside her with more complex creations as he puts his accursed photographic memory to better use. Tara. You guys sure do look good in green. John. Jessica. What? You prefer red? Saffron. You haven't shown that yet. John. I don't want to show that to Adrian. I may look like a monster to him. Saffron. That bad, huh? Then suddenly an alert blared throughout Argus as announcements for evacuation was being repeated. John and Jessica leapt into action as they took the Cotterark family to a safe place. But when they got out, they saw a mass stampede of people running away from the shore. When they looked in the direction, they saw what was attacking them. It was a Leviathan S-class Grim. John. What in the hell is going on? Tara. Atlas should have done something by now. Then they heard fighting in another area as they looked to as the Atlas Colossus was fighting with something else. Jaune formed macro binoculars and saw Team RWBY Crow and Ashbin fighting with it. Jaune. What the F? He looks at Adrian, who was looking at him innocently. Jaune. Jessica, protect everyone, I'll deal with this. Jessica, but... He looks to her, pleading to keep his family safe, and seeing his expression she concedes and ushers the little family with her. Jaune then looks at the beast, knowing he will need everything he has to beat it, pouring his thoughts to his former team. Ran, Nora, Pira, then to his family, Saffron, Tara, Adrian and then Jai. He summoned his power battery and rammed his ring into it, reciting his oath. Jaune. In brightest day. In blackest night. No evil shall escape my sight, let those who worship evil's might. Beware my power. Green Lantern's light. He overcharges his ring and formed a construct from his wildest imagination. Jaune over a loudspeaker. Time for a kaiju-sized but kicking cliffhanger chapter end. Jaune rockets into action as he saw that the Leviathan has broken to the second barrier and got near the harbor. Many civilians were still trying to run away as the lumbering beast was making its way for a snack. It opened its mouth and launched a fire blast towards the city. To Jaune's horror, the blast hits a nearby tower, destroying it, and the rubble falling towards the people, and he saw his family in the crowd. Then a green barrier sphere covered the civilians as the rubble didn't come close. Jessica was ordering everyone to get clear as she pushes the debris away, letting out a sigh of relief. Jaune speeds up towards the monster to prevent any casualties. Meanwhile, on the other side of the coast, Team RWBY was dealing with a racing in a giant mech. Look at this fucking animation. Was the Naruto run required? Glad RT is dead. The rest gave RWBY covering fire, causing the Colossus to attack the rest of the team as it smashes its hand on the ground, and went in for a sweep, causing Young to shove Blake out of the way, letting herself get hit, sending her flying through both rocks and trees, breaking her aura along the way. Young was downed and badly wounded, causing Blake to panic and rush to her side. Pulling out a med kit, she tended to Yang's wounds. Weiss responded and created a glyph barrier. Blake. When? Stay with me. Cough cough Beal. Is that you? Blake. It's me. Why did you do that? Young, done, no. Blake. After all that I put you through. Young, you're my friend. Blake, your family. I gave you. Blake, stop talking. Save your strength. Weiss. Blake, how is she? Young. Blake. She's out, but I got to stop the bleeding. Weiss. I got you covered, just do your best. She was knocked out due to the pain as Crow saw and was pissed off, charging the death machine, breaking through the glass with RWBY following. He had his side right at Cordovan's throat as she finally surrenders. Crow. I should slit your throat for what you did. RWBY. Uncle Crow. Crow. You're lucky. Cordovan. If it's any consolation, I wasn't trying to kill you all. Ashbin. Save it, Ms. Cordovan. I'll report this to James when we get the chance. Then their attention was taken by the Leviathan in the distance. Crow. What the hell? Cordovan, no. Ashbin. Miss Cordovan, can this mech still operate? Cordovan. You blew the arm cannon off. RWBY. Sorry. Cordovan. It can still operate, but... Then they saw green mech appear out of nowhere. Argus. Sure, many civilians were still in the battlefield as Jaune swooped in to rescue them, suffering damage to the construct's rear armor. Meanwhile, at the Argus evacuation zone, many people were cheering for the mech as others were recording it. Tara. Is that from the anime show your brother constantly watches? Saffron. Yeah, it is. That ring sure is amazing. Adrian. Unka. Ma. Jessica looked at the construct and then to her ring. Can she do that someday? He fought for the lives that depend on him as the Leviathan is giving him a hard time. He used all that was in his arsenal, as they were deadlocked as he used the head-mounted Vulcans, causing the lizard to block its eyes, blinded by the gunfire as Jaune went in for a couple of slashes. Feeling the pain, the Grim went wild as it grabbed him and threw him away. As he was slammed on the shore, the shield was discarded and disintegrates into particles as Jaune focused now on offense. As the final blow was landed, the Grim roared in pain as it finally turns into miasma and scatter into the air. The people of Argus celebrates the victory as they cheer for the Green Lantern as the construct was dismissed. Jaune then flew back to his family as they hugged him, with Jessica looking over them as Jaune saw her and beckoned her to join the hug. As they were done, the people around them came to him and asked many questions, and others asking for pics and autographs. The family and Jessica smiled and laughed at his current predicament, but to Jaune, unknown to him, he has finally realized his childhood dream and became a hero to the people. After all the commotion, Jaune and the rest went back home as the people also went back to theirs. But before Jaune went back with them, he returned to Pyrrha's statue. He returned something that no longer belongs to him. A tribute to Pyrrha, and he pulled out something he made during his time on the farm, Ran and Nora's logos made of metal. As he sets them at the monument, and he knelt and prayed for his friends. After a while he stood up. Unknown to him, the souls of his friends were there and had their hands on his shoulders as he looks down towards the mementos. Jaune, I promise. The promise we Arcs always upholds. I will live my life. Live enough for all of us. So you all don't worry have to about me anymore. He said with a smile as tears flowed down his face. Jessica was there to make sure he was alright, and her suspicions were moot as she saw him wipe his tears and turned around with a more determined face. Jessica, you look a whole lot better. Jaune, yeah, I'll be okay, I promised. Jessica smirked at him and punched his shoulder, causing him to smile back. Chapter end. Meanwhile, at the same time, Jaune was fighting the Leviathan. RWBY and Crow had Cordovan cornered, but a loud noise caught their attention. It was a Leviathan. Cordovan. No. Crow, what the? RWBY. It's heading for the city. Crow, let's get back there quick. Cordovan. And you just destroyed the city's only defense against such a Grim. Crow, why now of all times? Then suddenly a bright green light shined at the beach as a giant green-colored mech. The two then fought Pacific Rim style. Read Chapter 10. After that, Team RWBY had to get Young some medical attention. The Atlassian was lectured in how idiotic she was to treat others like lesser beings. She then offered Young treatment. After all, she was the reason she got injured after the Leviathan's death. Crow had the mind to ask around what happened, and he was able to get word about this superhero was a resident here. He looked around, accompanied by Oscar, who was now Oshpin, to enlist his or her help. Meanwhile, Blake was sat Yang's bedside watching over her. Blake, I wish that I apologized sooner. I wish I could go back and save you from him. Everything was my fault. Asterisk sob asterisk, I shouldn't have hurt you. You opened up to me. But I opened up to a stranger. So sorry, Young. Please make it so I can have a chance to say it to you properly. She spent the entire time tending to Yang's needs, unaware that Young heard everything. She was just badly hurt. She couldn't even move to show she was awake, but she saw that Blake didn't leave her. She promised to path things up with her partner. RWBY was with Weiss on the other hand, who was still finishing up the repairs to Crescent Rose. Weiss grew concerned for her as she was still despondent after her fight, or in better words, lashing by Jaune. Weiss. RWBY. Weiss, we need to talk. RWBY. Weiss, we need to talk about the problem. RWBY, what is there to talk about? Weiss, you're not behaving like yourself. RWBY, and maybe that's for the best. Weiss. RWBY, listen. RWBY. No, you listen. She was taken aback by RWBY's sudden outburst. RWBY. He was right. I caused this. Everything I do just ends up hurting people. Tears fell from her face as she looks down Crescent Rose. RWBY. I led the team. Jaune trusted me to. And I just... Weiss. RWBY, no one could predict what would happen. RWBY, would you say the same if you were the leader and something like that happened? Weiss. RWBY, I can't deny it. I was the leader of RNJR. And now Ran and Nora are dead. Jaune has every right to hate me. Weiss. Jaune couldn't have meant what he said. RWBY, did you see the look in his eyes? The blood flowing from it. He meant every word. I did that to him. She knelt down, breaking down from all the guilt. RWBY, he was always smiling. He was always so hopeful. Just like me. We were always the best of friends. He may still be here. But I feel like I lost him forever. Weiss kneeled and sat beside her and gave her a side hug, but RWBY hugged her while she was crying. All Weiss could do was pat her back. Weiss, if I ever knew Jaune, he isn't like that. No matter what, there will be a part of him that still cared about what you guys had. We just need to talk. That's the first step to everything. He's hurting too, and unlike you, he doesn't have anyone to help him. It's our job as his friends to help him too. It's the least we can do after everything we've been through. RWBY just kept on crying, but she heard every word for it. Crow came back and saw the scene and just decided to save what he found for later. The next day, Young regained consciousness and found Blake fast asleep with her head on her bed. Young smiled and picked her up and outs her in bed while she goes for a hot shower. Blake woke up and she found herself in bed, which caused her to wake up in shock as Young was missing. Young came back to a panicking Blake, who she calmed down, and the two patched things up. Once that drama was over, another was on the way. Crow revealed that he got the location of the hero that saved Argus and invited Team RWBY to come with him to recruit the man. As he found out, Team RWBY got ready and went to a certain blonde's home. They knocked on the door and someone answered. It was Saffron. Saffron, can I help you? Crow, we heard the guy that saved this city was here. Can we talk to him? Saffron, oh, more fans. We get those a lot. He's in the living room. Me call him. Jaune, you got more fans. That got all of them to was on attention. Jaune came out in his Green Lantern uniform and thought he would be entertaining fans, but was visibly disturbed that he was face to face with the last people he ever wanted to see. Jessica followed him and was staring at the sight. Crow, you? I thought you were into red. Jaune was slowly bleeding into red until Jessica puts a hand on his shoulder, and that was enough to dispel his anger. He turned around and ignored them until Jessica get in his way. Jessica. Jaune, they are the reason I lost everyone. She looks at them and she noticed the one with the hood had the same broken look in Jaune's eyes. Jessica. Jaune, you're running away. You need to face this. Jaune, after. He noticed the rise of tone in his voice and tried to calm it down. Jaune, after everything I lost. Because of them. Jessica. Jaune, holding on to that thought isn't healthy. You need to face it. If you don't, that problem will always be there. Jaune just stared at her as she stared back, undaunted by his glares. He spent a few more moments like that until he sighed and faced his old acquaintances. Jaune. What? They all looked at each other until RWBY stepped forward. RWBY. Jaune. His fist clenched. RWBY. I. She tried to look for words to say, and only this came to mind. RWBY. I'm sorry. Jaune, sorry. Do you think your mere apology changes anything? Crow was on guard at this point. Jaune then closes his eyes and breathes steadily. Jaune, nothing you do or say will change that. RWBY, I know. But still. I'm sorry. She was crying, and a small piece of Jaune just felt he should at least do something. Jaune, I hate you, but I can at least not try to kill you. The old me would want to forgive you. I know they would want me to. But there is something deep inside of me. Something that's angry. So very angry. And it will always be there. And it will always be angry. He looks away as a tear rolls down his eye, as he was not being consumed by rage as he thought he would. He was being eroded by grief. Jaune. No. I won't forgive you. But I will work alongside you to save the people I still love. You and I. RWBY, we will never go back to what we were. And that's it. She looks down as she was crying. Young then hugged her sister to help her cheer up, but she knew the two of them were really in a bad place, so she can't truly blame Jaune. She blames the Grimm that did this to them. Crow. I know this isn't the right place, but we don't have time. Kid, we came here to ask for your help. We saw what you did to that giant Grimm, and Jaune are desperate. Yeah, what's new? Ashbin. I need to tell you everything. Jaune, Ashbin. Ashbin was, are you gonna sucker punch me again? Jaune, I would really like to. Jessica Jaune. He just shoves it and let the clusterfuck of pathetic in so they can elaborate further chapter end. They all sat in the living room as Crow and Ashbin explains the situation. Jaune was skeptical at first, but the immortality bit was quickly accepted as the Guardians have been around since forever ago. Jessica. The Guardians may have a way to deal with this Salem's immortality issue. Ashbin. Guardians. She explained the Green Lanterns, the Guardians in the galaxy at large, saying that Remnant was a backwater planet at the outskirts of the galaxy. Crow. Well, that makes us feel better about ourselves. Then someone chimes in, Maria. So what's the deal with Blondie over there? Jaune, and you are? Crow. This is Maria Calavera, the Grim Reaper. Jaune and Crow, what do you mean? And Jaune. I just went through so much shit I could barely give two shits about anything else anymore. Jessica puts her hand on his shoulder to tell him to calm down. Maria. Don't worry, kid, I do take care about my reputation. It's the reason why I lost my eyes in the first place. Ashbin, Miss Cruz, was it? Jessica, yes. Ashbin. You talked about the Green Lanterns as a galactic police force, but what about Mr. Ark? He's a Red Lantern as we first witnessed him. Jaune. The Red Lanterns are the agents of vengeance when crime or evil gets away unpunished through political bullshit, bureaucracy, or any other crap. It's our job to hunt them down and deliver swift and brutal justice. Crow, you mean revenge? Jaune. Revenge isn't a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not simply vengeance. Punishment. Twice, that's just vicious. Jaune, it's necessary. Do you think Cinder would think twice when she tried to shish kebab your ass in Haven? Twice. Jaune, I thought so. My fiery vengeance is reserved for those who absolutely deserves it. And to think that the Mr. Mind behind Veil's fall and Pyrrha's death is still out there kicking. His red ring glows with new fire. Jaune. My job isn't done yet. Jessica Jaune. Jaune, I know. Young. Hey Jaune, who's your partner? Jaune. This is Jessica Cruz, a Green Lantern from a planet called Earth. She was sent here to help with this world. He kept the fact that she's here to help him out of the topic. Jessica waves awkwardly at them. RWBY. We need to go to Atlas, Jaune, and we can't trust the Atlasians here in Argus to get us there. Jaune. So another relic is in danger of being captured, huh? Ashbin, more than that. The relics attract the Grim. That is why the Leviathan came to Argus. The longer it stays here, the more dangerous this place becomes. And your family will be caught in the crossfire. Jaune. Are you threatening me, Headmaster? Ashbin. Simply stating the truth. For once. Jaune thought about it and decided the dinner they're out of there, the sooner the Cotter family can be safe. After careful thought, he decided to do his job as a new Green Lantern and secure this world. He agreed to take them to Argus immediately. He says his goodbyes to Saffron, Tara and little Adrian. Jaune. Behave for you mothers, you little scamp. Adrian just hugged Jaune before he returns him to his parents. Saffron. You be careful now. Jaune, when have I never? Tara. Not the case, you dummy. Adrian waves at Jaune one last time as he leaves them before Jessica joins him. A hand pulls on her shirt. Saffron. Take good care of him for us, will you? Jessica, I will. Later, in a huge clear park, Jaune created a huge construct that will help transport them. He created an aircraft from the Green Lantern archives. Everyone boarded and took their seats as Jaune pilots the plane while he assigned Jessica to do practice drills. With increasing focus, she activated her Rings training program and went to work. RWBY. Wow. Young man, that ring sure is overpowered. Blake. You do know it relies on a person's imagination. Weiss. And speaking about you, it would be limited. Young. Hey. Maria. I'm still uncomfortable with the fact that this is not a fully real construct. Crow. Yeah, it could just fall apart or be dissolved in an instant. Ashbin. Let's have faith in Mr. Ark. Jaune. Alright, this is your pilot speaking. Please remain seated, behaved, and don't piss off your captain or he'll throw you out mid-flight. Weiss, he's joking, right? Young shrugs as Blake reads a book. RWBY. I don't know and I don't want to know. Once they took flight, everyone was tense. RWBY. Do you think those two are? Weiss. I doubt it. RWBY. Jaune is currently not in a good place, she might be helping him out of it. Young. Did you look at the way those two looked at each other? Blake. Young, not now. Jaune noticed Jessica fumbling as he berates the gossipers. Jaune. We can hear you back there. Do remember bomb bay doors and ejection seats do exist. They kept chatting about other stuff as they were in transit. Once they arrived at Atlas, they were welcomed with anti-air defenses. Jaune. Ashpin. Did you check in with that fucking idiot of a general of yours? Ashpin. The CCT were down, I couldn't even if I want to. Jaune. Well, we're in range of one now, call you stooge off. Then alarms blares as lock-ons were set in their craft. Jaune shared the schematics with Jessica and told her to maintain the construct. Jessica. Where are you going? Jaune. I'm gonna get some air. He stood up and walked to the back of the plane as everyone looked at him in disbelief. He created bomb bay doors that opened and dropped him as he fell. He took flight and destroyed the incoming missiles himself as Jessica finds a good place to land. Once they landed, Jessica cancels the craft and created a new construct she worked on as bots came in to arrest them, but with all the commotion and with the relic attracted the Grim, which some jumped or climbed over the walls to get them. Team RWBY. Crow, Ashpin and Jessica fought them. Accordingly, Jessica copied those soldier shows she watched at home and took down many bots and Grim. After Jaune cleared the skies, he joined the squad, but his ring alerted him of danger as he created a wall that blocked multiple restraining bolos flying towards them. Then a group of people arrived to bring order to chaos. Clover. Halt, you are under arrest. Jessica. On what charge? Harriet. Trespassing during a lockdown. Jaune. We have a close friend to the general who needs to speak with him. Clover. Funny he never mentioned being friends with a disgruntled hobo. Team RWBY held in their snickers as Jaune snorts while Jessica couldn't get it. Clover. Either way, we have to take you in and confirm it with the general. Jaune. You can call him and save yourself he trouble. Elm. The general is a busy man. As far as we're concerned, this is our home field and we have the advantage. Then a massive green cage fell on them. Jaune. As far as I can see, you're the ones in over your heads. Harriet. You think this flimsy cage can hold us? She kicked it very hard only for it to hurt. Aura may protect you from cuts and gashes, but you can still feel the inertia and blunt force trauma. Jaune. Crow? Crow on it. He went and called Ironwood's personal number, and he answered. Crow tells him of what happened, and he then gets ready to meet them. They see the Aesop's attempt to break the bars. Weiss. How strong is your willpower? Jaune. Plenty. Chapter end. Ironwood arrived at the scene of the crime and saw his Aesop's all in green chains. He saw the beacon team and he went to Crow, who expected a dry and formal greeting, only to be surprised with a hug. Ironwood. After I heard what happened in Haven, I feared the worst. Crow. You know. Ironwood. Communications may be sporadic, but we do get bits and pieces, and our top scientists were able to clear the messages. He looks to his operatives and then to his colleague Ironwood. I see that my subordinates gave you trouble. Harriet. They're the ones causing trouble. He gave her a stern glare. Ironwood. Speak only when spoken to. Operative. Harriet then held her tongue. Crow. Yeah, your marital law nonsense needs some tuning up. Ironwood. Any word from Ashpin? He then stepped aside and a kid walked forward. Ashpin. James. Ironwood. Ashpin. He nodded and James gave him a hug that picked him off the floor. Ironwood. It's good to see you, old friend. I see you have reincarnated again. Ashpin. Sadly, it was early this time. After the catching up, he asked Ironwood. Can you release my operatives? I'll reprimand them later. Jaune then dispelled the constructs, releasing them. Ironwood noticed Jaune's attire. Ironwood. Excuse me, are you the one responsible for saving Argus? Crow. News travels fast, I see. Especially when it was as spectacular as that fight. The Aesops all looked at John Marrow. You mean that giant green mech was you? Vine. He bears the same insignia on its shoulder plate. Elm. Man, that was one colossal fight. Harriet. That was him. Ironwood. It would be an honor to be in the presence of the hero of Argus. Thanks. Ironwood. I noticed that your power comes from that ring. Is it not your semblance? John. No, it's not a semblance, it's actually this ring. The Green Lantern Ring is the primary tool of the Green Lantern Corps, an intergalactic peacekeeping force. Oshpin. He's telling the truth, I've seen it firsthand. Ironwood puts his hand on his chin, then a blur ran past him as the ring was taken, and his uniform dispersed. Harriet. So anyone can become a Green Lantern, huh? Ironwood wanted to chastise the disobedient operative, but John stops him. John. In a manner of speaking, yes. But it requires imagination. Do you have any? She puts it on, and a green glow covers her body, but no uniform was made. Harriet. Wow, I feel like a million lean. She then tried to make a construct, and was able to make a simple and crude ball, and in spite she launched at John, which stopped a few inches from his face. Jessica just looked at the scene. John. It's funny how the ring works. See, you have to be chosen to be a Green Lantern. Then the ball violently returns and hit Harriet in the face, sending her flying back to the ground. The ring glows as John reached out, and it returned to his finger. Harriet. You liar. As she wiped her face of snow. John. I didn't lie. I say anyone can be a Green Lantern, but not everyone has what it takes to be a Green Lantern. Ironwood. What is the requirements? John. The ability to overcome great fear. He nods as he tells everyone to come with him, and they can finish this conversation somewhere more private as he notices people nearing them as they were following. A voice pierced the skies as something hits Ruby off her feet. John and Jessica aim their rings at the intruder, but John lowers his, and Jessica follows him. It was another ginger he knows of. Penny. Friend Ruby. I'm so glad to see you. Ruby. Penny. Is that you, Penny? John. What a heartwarming reunion. Let's go. He was happy that Penny was alive and pissed that Ruby gets someone she cared about back. He felt a hand on his back as Jessica was looking at him in worry. Jessica. You're turning red again. He sees that his green aura was shifting back to red. Ironwood noticed and saved it for later. Once Ruby and Penny got settled, she introduced her father, who was there with her. It seems like this was one of her test runs. They all board the bullhead and simply chatted while John stayed with Jessica in a corner, not mingling. John. Just because I won't talk to them, you shouldn't too. Jessica. I just want to be here to make sure you're not alone. John. When they got to Atlas Academy, they went up to Ironwood's office. Ironwood. I think introductions are in order. I already know of Crow and his crew. How about you two? John. John Ark, former student of Beacon and former team leader of the now deceased Team JNPR. New recruit of the Green Lantern Corps. That struck a chord in Ruby's chest as Young held her close. Ironwood then checked on the reports, and he felt sorry for the boy as he feels the same way when he lost his entire squad and a few of his limbs in the process. He recognized the stoic demeanor John was keeping as a sign of survivor's guilt as he made note to have him go through therapy and rehab. Ironwood. My facilities are open to you, Mr. Ark. If you ever need someone to talk to, just come to my office. John, I beg your pardon. Ironwood. I know what it feels like to lose your entire team, especially in one day. If you want, I'm here from 12 TP5 in the afternoon. After that, I tend to my military responsibilities. John, duly noted. Jessica. I am Jessica Cruz from planet Earth and newly inducted to the Green Lantern Corps. Ironwood nods and asks further about this intergalactic force. Chapter N. Atlas. Ironwood pardoned Team RWBY for all the shit they did since Veil to Haven to Argus and granted them Huntress licenses. Team RWBY was inducted to Atlas Academy to get them situated to the inner workings of the kingdom and their standard operating procedure. They were left in the care of Clover and the Aesops. John in the meanwhile offered his services to Ironwood, but he was given simple duties while Jessica was given the responsibility of Atlas defenses. The Lantern wondered why he was regaled to smaller duties. Meanwhile, in Atlas, Team RWBY was back to school of sorts as Penny was teaching them about Atlas. Meanwhile, Jessica was doing patrols all over Mantle's border wall. John, in the meantime, was working as a crossing guard. He was wondering why is he getting such assignments. He got so impatient he went directly to Ironwood's office. Ironwood's office. John, General. He stood at attention. Ironwood. At ease, soldier. John. Sir, may I ask question? Ironwood. At ease, Mr. Ark, you don't have to be so formal. John. I wanted to ask, why are you giving me low-level assignments? Ironwood. All assignments are important, even the little ones. John. I get that, sir, but shouldn't I put my ring to good use? Ironwood. It will serve you better to be away from the action. John. Why? Ironwood. When was the last time you've gotten a proper 8 hours worth of sleep? John. Ironwood. Are you experiencing nightmares? John. Ironwood. By the lack of answers it appears you have. John. I don't want to talk about it. Ironwood. That's just it, Mr. Ark, that's the problem. You don't want to talk about it. John. What do you want me to say? Ironwood. Let me be frank. I know what post-traumatic stress disorder looks like, and just by looking at you and how we first met, you clearly show symptoms of it. John. I'm fine. Ironwood. I beg to differ. He shows him a sofa chair as he just hesitantly walks away. Ironwood. Mr. Ark, this will be mandatory. If you want to continue to serve as a huntsman. John. I'm a Green Lantern. This whole planet is my jurisdiction. Ironwood. And you are a law-abiding peacekeeper. Hence you must obey the law. You are in Atlas and you must abide by our laws. Now sit. He took his seat and just wanted this to be over and done with. Ironwood. Take it from me, Mr. Ark. No. John. No what? Ironwood. I know better than most what it feels like to lose everyone. John. You mean? Ironwood shows him his prosthetic arm. Ironwood. I lost my whole team in one operation. My commanding officer sacrificed his life to save mine, believing that I will be a better leader than him as he was already in his advanced age. He is the reason why I'm still alive, but I lost more than I was able to bear. I was a mess. I didn't talk to anyone. I was ashamed for what happened. I spent most of my time blaming myself and thinking if I only did it differently. Sounds familiar. John. Ironwood. I was destroying myself, overworking, training really hard. Even drinking. Then one day I realized. My life is no longer my own. I owe it to my team and CDO to live the life they gifted me with. John. But how did you get over the guilt? Ironwood. I did just that. I got over it. Look, I will say it's not going to be easy, but you have to get over that guilt that has been attached to you. If not for yourself, do it for your team. Do it for those who are still with you. John starts to tear up. John. What if I cause another disaster like that? Ironwood. Then do your best to avoid it. Learn from the past, Mr. Ark, don't throw it away. You need to be a better version of yourself from the previous one. Believe me, I was actually a whole lot worse. John. How so? Ironwood. You are well acquainted with Mr. Branwyn. John. I know him, yes. Ironwood. I was so much like him when I was younger. I chose to drink my problems away. But I knew I was just running away. He's still stuck there and I have tried my best to talk him out of it. John. I see. Ironwood checks the clock as he had another appointment with the council and Jock. Ironwood. Well, that's it for today, Mr. Ark. Come back tomorrow at the same time. This counseling session will be a part of your tenure here. He stood up and left the room for his meeting. John looks at his hand as he pulls out his scroll and opened it to a picture of his old friends. Monty playing around with the scenes and getting random results. A tear falls from his face as he looked at the image. John. I'll move on, guys. I promise. Chapter end. Days go by as Atlas prepares for the coming storm. It was the same as usual until something happened. Jaune and Jessica's rings beeped to alert them of something incoming. The two donned their uniforms and arrived at Atlas Center as the unidentified flying object makes landfall there. It was a green ship, but it dematerialized as two of its occupants approached the pair. The two were on guard regardless. It was a big green lantern accompanied by a guardian. Jessica. A guardian? But why would they waste time going to a newly discovered sector? Jaune. Judging by his appearance, that's Ganthet, the unorthodox amongst the guardians and the ones who tend to bend the rules. Ganthet, guilty as charged. As introductions goes, this is Lantern Kilowog. Kilowog. Hey there, puzzers. Ganthet. And you must be Jessica Cruz of Earth. Jessica, hi. Ganthet. And you are Jaune Arc of Remnant. Jonas. Ganthet. As far as anything is concerned, only one green lantern is assigned to a sector, but that's not what I'm here for. Jaune. Then why are you here? You didn't come to the edge of the known galaxy just for idle chat. Ganthet. That ring you possess is not supposed to be given, for it's a museum piece. But it chose you. Jaune, so what? I'm an unofficial green lantern. Ganthet. In a manner of speaking, yes. If Apo was here, he would demand obstinately for you to surrender that ring. But I came here to make you an offer. Jaune, if it pulls me away from... He looked at Jessica with a side eye so she wouldn't notice Jaune. Here, no deal. Ganthet, it's not permanent, but you must also experience time off-world. And you might even enjoy a change of pace. I just need you for a few missions and you can come home. Kilowog, you should take it, kid. The Guardians aren't known for making offers. Jaune. I don't know if I've been watching far too much spy thrillers, but I have a feeling that you need a green lantern for something off-record. Ganthet remains silent until the silence is broken by him laughing. Kilowog, never seen a Guardian exhibit this level of emotion. Ganthet. Why is it that us immortals can't be as creative as you humble mortals? You have such amazing imaginations and at times correct at the same time. Yes, I have some investigations pertaining to the safety of the galaxy and I need someone not part of the system. Jaune, let me guess, red tape. Kilowog crosses his arms and shakes his head. Kilowog. Like I always say, if you want nothing done, form a committee. Jaune. I guess even immortals get mired by politics. Ganthet, sadly yes. Jaune. Are these assignments pose a threat to every sector at large? Ganthet, possibly. Jaune crosses his arms and thinks about it. After a few moments he came to a conclusion. Jaune. I'll do it. Jessica. Jaune. Jaune. I always believed that everything happens for a reason. There's a reason why I have this ring, there's a reason why you are here, Jessica, and there's a reason why I'm being called. I refused to see the signs beforehand and it ended in disaster. But I won't ignore it ever again. He turns to her. Jaune. I must go, the galaxy needs me. Jessica, I know. She held his hands in concern. He held firm until he lets go and looks to the Guardian. Jaune. I'll do it. Ganthet. Wonderful. Let us make preparations. You can say your goodbyes for now. This needs to be announced. The Guardian nods as Jaune and Jessica leaves to tell everyone about his departure. Kilowog. Are you sure it's okay to get a kid involved? Ganthet. It's the right thing to do. Have foreseen it. Meanwhile, Atlas Academy. Jaune and Jessica delivers the news to everyone. Many of them disagreed about his reassignment. Jaune reassured them that this assignment is of grave importance if a Guardian is asking him to be his personal agent. James took Jaune to the side and gave him some much needed advice. Ironwood. I know this assignment is going to take time from your sessions, but that doesn't mean that you stop getting help. When you are in this Green Lantern Corps, find people you can trust, make some bonds, confide in your peers. To soldiers like me, it's our brother and sisterhood that help us through tough times. But always remember, you are never alone. You have your friends and family rooting for you. Jaune. Thanks, General. Ironwood, call me James. Now go. Duty calls. Jaune nods and thanks the General with a hug, making him hug back like a father would. Jaune then says his goodbyes to his classmates. Jaune. I guess this is farewell. Weiss, for now I hope. I am sick of losing friends. Jaune. Don't worry, Weiss, it's gonna take a lot to kill a Green Lantern, even more for a Red Lantern such as myself. Yang, sure, but you will be fighting things like aliens and maybe someone like you. Jaune, a lantern. Yeah, I've read reports on such things. I prepared for it in my spare time. Blake, but nothing beats experience. I know, and with this assignment I believe I'll get plenty. RWBY, just be careful. Jaune, yeah, I know. I'll be back. Jessica was there to see him off. Jaune, I leave my home to you. Jessica, you can count on me. Then a big hand pats her head. Kilowog. That's right, Puzzer, I got this rookie and I'll show her ring slinging 101. Jaune cringes reading records of this drill instructor. Jaune. Good luck, Jess. Jessica, I'm gonna need it. He nods to all of them and he then turns to the Guardian. Ganthet. Are you ready, Lantern Arc? Jaune. As ready as I'll ever be. He nods and ushered Jaune into the skies as everyone waved him off, and he waved back. The pair flew to the stars as Ganther opened a wormhole to quick travel to their intended destination. Chapter end. We now arrived to a green planet OA. Ganthet and Jaune arrived on OA, which made Jaune look in wonder at the alien city. Seeing one for the first time, Ganthet. No matter how much time passes, it's still a sight to behold. Jaune. There's so many alien species I've only read about in the archives. Ganthet. I see you have brushed up on the basics. Jaune. I've had nothing but time to study and train. Ganthet. A studious one, that's good news. Jaune, why is that? Ganthet. Some lanterns haven't exactly. Jaune hazards a guess. Jaune, matured. Ganthet. In a manner of speaking, yes. Jaune. I guess the ring picks someone with potential, not temperament. Ganthet. You are no ordinary adolescent. Jaune. I have seen things that would make you old. The Guardian looks on in worry, seeing the signs he always saw amongst the older and veteran lanterns, but for a child to be this way is heartbreaking. He took Jaune to the academy to begin advanced training. Jaune stood aside many newly recruited lanterns. Ganthet showed them more advanced and practical ways to use the ring. He showed them that the ring's only limit is the wielder's imagination. Some of the others were physicists or well learned to make advanced mechanical constructs with numerous moving parts that gave Jaune the thought maybe he shouldn't be limited with remnants information. He decides to expand his knowledge on the next day. Weeks pass. Jaune was able to create different alien machinery and objects. Then the next huge hurdle is multitasking, as Jaune was only able to make one construct at a time. He was being drilled by Lyra Omoto, one of the senior lanterns available. She drilled combat into the new recruits. The only one with combat experience was Jaune, as he held his own, but eventually overwhelmed by the more battle-hardened lantern. After all the beatings, the recruits resumed the next part of their training. The new lanterns were instructed to make their greatest construct that they have ever made. The newbies showcased varying large and small alien constructs. One such is a complex machinery made by a young lantern, RWBY. Jaune felt down and just made his humble sword as to not show off. Ganthet. Alright, Lantern Arc, I think that's not the finest of your creations. So. It's based of an indestructible sword of my world. Ganthet. As a Guardian, we have insight into a ring's combat history. Yours may have seen a lot during its time, but what you are showing is not what you are truly capable of. Jaune. What I made was at the spur of the moment. I need the emotion, the heat of that moment. Ganthet rubs his chin. He then floats to Lyra and whispered into her ear. She marched forward and grabbed Jaune by the collar. Lyra. Listen here. The Green Lanterns are the keepers of the peace. When everything falls apart, we answer. If we don't, the ones we love pay the price. Is that what you want? To hold yourself back and let them pay for it? Jaune, no. His hand forms a fist as it shakes Lyra. Is that fear I hear from your voice? Jaune's eyes harden. Lyra. If you don't step up now, everyone you have ever loved will be gone. The red lantern ring glows. Are its energies transferred to Jaune's green ring as his rage fuels his will. Then suddenly, he explodes in a flash of green light as a massive mech stands in front of them. Ganthet looks up and smiles at what he has seen. Ganthet. That is enough, Lantern Lyra, you have done what I have asked. Jaune released his construct as he lands among the newbies, and they all cheered for him. Ganthet. Lantern Arc, meet me later for a talk. He nods as the Guardian leaves them to their training. It was hard, but it was worth the effort as Jaune was able to recreate his multi-construct like he did with his battle with his cider where he commanded 3 constructs at once. It was enough for the day as they were all dismissed. Jaune then went to Ganthet's office where they sat down for a chat. Ganthet. Greeting Lantern Arc. Please take a seat. He did so. Ganthet. I just want to start your introduction to the Corps. Jaune. I know I'm not the best, but... The Guardian raised his hand. Ganthet. Do you remember me telling you that ring of yours is old? Jonas. Ganthet. Have you accessed the archive about it? Jaune. Not yet. Ganthet. That ring belongs to Avra, the very first Green Lantern to create a construct with the ring. And like many humble tales, he was no great warrior or accomplished genius. He was a mere scribe documenting the Green Lantern Corps beginnings. Many were called to be chosen, but the ring chose him amongst all those who were physically fit and qualified. I see in you doubts, fear, anger, and sorrow. So let me ease one of them for now. Remove all doubts from your heart, young man, for the ring chose you, after it laid dormant since Avra's passing. Jaune looks at the ring with a profound sense of longing, seeing that he was wanted. Ganthet. And like that I have chosen you for a special assignment. And seeing as you have progressed in your training, in just a month I will dispatch you to the restricted zone. Jaune. Isn't that order against your other Guardian colleagues' orders? Ganthet. Something is amiss, and ignorance is a limitation we can't afford. It's a simple investigation mission, fairly easy for you. I need you to check the disappearance of many individuals from the nearby sectors. Report back to me after you find out what happened. Jaune. Consider it done. Ganthet sees him off as he took flight and flew out of the window, and then into space. Jaune was now on his way to the restricted zone. Chapter end. Restricted Sector 2829. Jaune started his search amongst the nearby planets in the outer reaches. He found numerous missing persons reports, and many people are wondering too. What was happening. The Lantern assures them that he is on the case, and it will be settled as quickly as possible. He followed the trail, but something wasn't adding up. There was barely any pattern. The missing persons ranged from teens to adults, and they ate either civilian or a criminal. For every detail found another question. Appears it was a difficult case to solve, but eventually he found a common ground. Every disappearance had a residual entry trail that goes into deep space. It appears the energy varies in strength of when it first happened, so he tries to find the most recent abduction, and he found one as he followed the trail. It was a long distance as he found the destination, an assuming planet. He lands and inspects it. There was no sign of any intelligent life, no structures, no natives, nothing. It was a barren planet. He followed the source of the trail. The Lantern puts up his guard as his barrier engages. He floats towards the target. Jaune found a cave where the trail leads on. Jaune. Reminds me of. He pushes his thoughts of nostalgia aside, still feeling his loss, and remained on mission. Once he entered, he creates a light source to guide his way. He kept going deeper and deeper until he heard a cry. He found an alien child crying. Jaune. Hey kid, what are you doing here? Kid. I don't know. I was just brought here. Asterisk sob asterisk. Jaune. Do you want to get out of here? The kid nods as Jaune picks him up and will flee back at the entrance of the cave. Jaune. Stay here kid, I'll find the guy who brought you here. He rummages through his pocket and found a scroll. He gave it the kid and instructed him on how to use it as he pressed a button and sent a signal to his ring. He told him that if he was in danger again, just call him. The kid nods and stayed put as Jaune entered the cave again. As he went down, he found something where the kid was found. It was shiny. As he knelt down and picked it up, he realized it was a power ring. But why would the ring bring a child here? He noticed it was neither green or red or even yellow. From all available records, the ring glows, but no voice came out of it like the 2 rings he got. It then flies and then attached to his ring finger. Jaune tries to pull it off, but it won't let go of him. Then he heard something as he was compelled to go deeper in the mines. He then arrived to a large and open space. Jaune noticed piles upon piles of power rings. Then the ring that latched itself onto Jaune started glowing as it leads him to the center of the cave. As light begins to form, the light reveals a giant power battery. As the ring in Jaune's hands pulls him towards it, the uniform he bore changes to fit the new ring. And then suddenly a voice caused him to raise his guard. Who are you? The Lantern raised his ring. Jaune. Who are you? Larfleeze. I am Larfleeze. One Jaune, Larfleeze. What happened to the people who were brought here? Larfleeze. I don't know. Jaune could tell a liar after all he experienced. Jaune. I don't believe you. Larfleeze. Why are you here? Jaune. I'm here to check some missing persons reports. Why are you here? Larfleeze. I'm here to protect. Jaune. Protect what? Larfleeze. It's none of your business, Green Lantern. The ring in his hand starts to glow as he felt like he was being called by the power battery. He heard a strange voice beckoning to him. Take. Jaune. What? Take what's yours. Then suddenly his ring projects something he never thought he could see again. His team stands before him as orange constructs. Jaune. No. This isn't real. You can have it all. Jaune. No, this isn't. Then the ring shows him what he truly wants. You can have what your heart desires. Now an orange construct was in front of him. It was Jessica, and she was reaching out to him. Take her. Jaune reaches out, but he was shaking. Jaune. Mythiathian. He said in a hissing voice. Jaune. This is wrong. She is yours for the taking. That made Jaune snap as he pulls back his arm, and the construct vanishes. Jaune then suppresses the power of avarice back, as he was never a selfish man. He always puts others first. He then scans the power battery for documentation. Larfleeze saw this and leapt out of his hiding space. Larfleeze. You will not take it. He created a living construct as it attacks Jaune autonomously. While the Orange Lantern teams up with it, Jaune was backed into a corner until he retaliates with his own constructs. The problem was Larfleeze's constructs were sentient and was outnumbering the Green Lantern. Their fight shakes the cave as Jaune launched a salvo of missile constructs that destroys some of the Orange Lantern's constructs. Jaune evens the playing field by repeating what he did as a Red Lantern as he summons his team constructs, but this time they acted on their own based on Jaune's memories as led a team assault on the Orange Lantern. The battle was even as they took on the enemy constructs as Jaune went head-to-head with Larfleeze. The two traded blows until Jaune caught Larfleeze off guard and double kicks him to the ground, but as he looked up he saw a giant Gundam arm rear back and then smashed into him, burying him. Jaune kept smashing the arm down. The shaking caused the mass of rings to fall off their piles, making Larfleeze panic and scramble for the rings. What Jaune saw was horrifying as he saw piles upon piles of skeletons underneath the rings. Jaune went after him, but stopped as he looks at how pathetically he grasps for the ring. He pieced it together that this Orange Lantern's was strong, but greed and avarice led to their destruction. He felt that selfishness was never good for anything. He looks to the constructs of his friends together and was hanging out, but their conversations and gestures just came from his memories as they mimicked sentience. They all looked to him with smiles on their faces which horrified and saddened him. His avarice of their bond made false copies of them. Deep in his heart he knows he will never get them back. By obsessively holding onto their memories will drown him in greed. Greed, the shadow of love. He felt bad for Larfleeze as he left him there to live alone, but he will recommend Ganthet to form a protective barrier to prevent someone from falling victim to the Orange Lanterns. He then reached the outside and found the child, but he was not alone as another Green Lantern standing there. Jaune. And you are? Jaune. Jaune Stewart. Green Lantern of Earth. Jaune, Earth. That's where Jessica is from. Jaune. I see you have met other Earthling Green Lanterns. Jaune. Yeah, why are you here? Jaune. You missed your report interval as Ganthet called on any available lantern he knew to send as reinforcements. But I can see you're alright. Jaune. Thanks for the concern and backup, but I have a lot to tell Ganthet. One question. Go ahead. Jaune. When did the Guardians recruit an Orange Lantern? He looked down and he was still wearing the uniform. Jaune. That can be summed up on my report. He pulls off the ring and the uniform dispels and he was back to being a Green Lantern. Jaune. Tell me the story sometime. He then took the alien kid and the pair went on their way to OA chapter end. Jaune returns to OA with Jaune Stewart. He gave his reports and surrendered the Orange Lantern ring for study and safekeeping. Ganthet was curious about the orange power of avarice after learning of tales from a similar case with Hal Jordan and Razor's testimonies. The Orange Lantern was a practical threat if allowed to build its ranks, but as Jaune indicated, the greed killed off the original core, and it was a destructive power. What's Good with the power of a one-man army when everyone and everything are your enemies. Ganthet commended Jaune for a successful mission and laid the missing persons case in Sector 2829 closed. He allowed Jaune to get a breather with that harrowing mission and let him explore. Jaune did so, but he met up with John Stewart. Jaune: "Hey kid, you done with your mission?" Jaune: "Yeah, Ganthet gave me the rest of the day off. But it's making me stir crazy. And in an alien place like this, I can't relax." Jaune: "I know the feeling, kid. Why don't you join me back on Earth?" Jaune: "Jessica's home planet." Jaune: "Oh, I forgot you may look like an Earthling, but you're not from there. But the offer still stands." Jaune: "Alright, I would enjoy getting to know the place his friend came from." The two then set off for Earth. Jaune showed him around and he was amazed at the planet and felt like if there was no Grim would Remnant be more like Earth. The two just flew around and looked at the sights, but they land and got to see the place close up. They settled for a simple diner. Jaune orders for a simple coffee and had an apple pie for Jaune to introduce him to Earth's food. It was a surprise and many of them was pleasant. It was so peaceful until something happened. The news on the TV announced an emergency as the League of Doom is now on the streets causing mayhem and chaos as their leader Lex Luthor has once again come up with another cockamamie plot to kill Superman. Jaune: "Who's Superman?" Jaune: "Gotta go, kid, duty calls." Jaune: "I may not be from here, but I can't just sit back and watch as bad things happen." Jaune: "You got a good heart, kid, follow me then." The two runs out and dons their uniforms and flew towards Ground Zero. The pair sees that a group of heroes are battling their villains. Jaune: "Superheroes are real?" Jaune: "Guess you don't have them on your world." Jaune: "No, just the constant threat of death. Hope that Jessica is doing well." Meanwhile, Jessica was dealing with a swing to the face as Kilowog was teaching her bare knuckle ring slinging. Jessica: "Can you ease off just a tiny bit?" Kilowog: "No can do, newbie, gotta get you ready to handle this sector. There's still a lot of the unknown regions that hasn't been explored before." He tries to hit her with a wild haymaker. She ducked and jumped out of the way and then made a construct of a metal boot and went for Kilowog's jewels, making him squeak. He knelt down trying to catch his breath. Kilowog: "Where?" Asterisk gasp asterisk did inhale you asterisk exhale asterisk learn that? Jessica: "Jaune taught me the enemy won't play fair, so neither should I." The drill instructor recovers and gets his voice back. Kilowog: "I like that kid's thinking. Wish he'd get back. I have to get to know him better." Jessica: "Yeah, me too." She got a face full of fist when Kilowog took the opening to strike. Kilowog: "Don't lower your guard, I haven't said we were finished yet." Jessica laid down on her back with swirls in her eyes. Kilowog: "Alright, break time then." We cut back to the Justice League fighting the League of Doom. Superman was dealing with Lex Luthor. Wonder Woman vs. Cheetah. Flash was fighting Mirror Master. Batman was fighting the Joker, and Jaune was dealing with Gorilla Grodd, who had him at his mercy as his focus was broken due to his mind tricks. Jaune was restraining Joker's accomplice Harley as he then helps the others. Batman was about to knock Joker out until someone tapped his shoulder. Joker: "Hey, don't interrupt my dance with Batsy." Then a green spiked knuckle broke his face. Joker: "You're despicable." Thud. Batman: "I had that." Jaune: "The faster we beat them, the faster we can help the others." Then something flew past them as they noticed it was Lex. He was about to get up until green constructs like vices held him in place as Batman placed an electromagnetic jammer shutting down his suit. Reinforcements arrive as Hawkgirl came swooping in and saved Jaune. Jaune: "Thanks, Hawkgirl, you're welcome." She noticed the second lantern. Hawkgirl: "A new one? Didn't we have at least 3? Jaune: 4-1 was sent to his planet while he's here." Flash came in and dropped Mirror Master on the pile of villains. Flash: "Hey, you guys done already?" Jaune: "For someone so fast you are late. Reminds me of someone I know." Flash: "Really?" Jaune: "She's fast but she's late where it counts." Meanwhile, RWBY. Back to Flash: "You have a speedster?" Jaune: "I wouldn't call her that." Wonder Woman then adds Cheetah as well. Wonder Woman: "Another Green Lantern from Earth?" Jaune: "I'm from Remnant, another planet." Superman: "With humans?" Superman: "Aren't you supposed to be the Green Lantern there instead? What if something goes wrong?" Jaune: "I have a contingency plan. And that plan is my partner." Batman nods in agreement. Jaune: "Who are you guys?" Superman: We are the Justice League. Jaune the what? It was a strange day for Jaune as he spent a day with superheroes like in his comics. He couldn't stay as Ganthet called for him for another mission chapter end. Jaune was recalled to OA as he enters Ganthet's office. It seems like he was reading something on the screen. Jaune. You called for me, Ganthet? Ganthet, yes. Something came up and I need someone to do it. Jaune, what is it? Another dangerous assignment. Ganthet. No, a simple retrieval. An old friend left behind a coded message and I just finished deciphering it. This is important. I can't trust this to anyone besides a few I know. With Kilowog on Remnant, Hal Jordan investigating another planet, and John Stewart's responsibilities in 2814, you are the only one left. Jaune, I understand, sir. I'll get this package back. He then takes off for Sector 3544. Jaune finds the planet where the message originated from. The planet Nock. Jaune made landfall as he found a tribe wearing all purple. He felt odd being here as the tribesmen all looked at him. Their leader, who revealed herself as Indigo. One introduced herself as Jaune failed to understand as his ring couldn't translate the alien language. Funny enough that the ring has a massive archive of alien species and languages, but Indigo. One tapped her staff as it glows and her language was translated to Jaune's preference English. Jaune introduces himself, and they dispense with the formalities. Jaune inquired of their connection to the Green Lanterns, and she retells a certain story. She tells him of the Indigo tribe's history. Centuries ago, violent explorers came to the planet Nock and transformed it into a slave center. They built dungeons to hold the indigenous people before transporting them across the universe to fates unknown. When Abin Sur, one of the greatest Green Lanterns of all time, arrived on Nock, he allied with Natrimo, one of the remaining free natives, and fought against the invaders. Together, Abin Sur and Natrimo discovered the power of the Indigo Light. It stemmed from a spring within a cavern in the jungles of Nock. The natives used its heat to forge their weapons. They soon learned that once their enemies were cut with these weapons, they momentarily changed. For a brief time, they were overcome with remorse. Though the rest of the indigenous people returned to the jungles after they were freed, Natrimo stayed to teach Abin Sur the ways of the Indigo Light. They became allies and friends. Together they forged an Indigo ring. Then Abin Sur left. Jaune looks to his ring as he recorded the story for documentation and archiving for Ganthet. The staff in Indigo. One's hand glows as she points it towards Jaune. She told him that he is full of regrets as her staff sees right through him. Then they were engulfed with purple energy as a fake world was created around them from their memories replay as everyone he lost. Jaune. What is this? Indigo 1, your guilt. Jaune, stop it. Indigo 1, you must face it. Jaune. I said stop it. Indigo 1, you must let compassion into your life. Stop rejecting it. Jaune, I don't deserve it. Indigo 1. Everyone deserves even a small fraction of compassion. Even Atrocitus. Jaune. The leader of the Red Lantern Corps? Indigo 1, yes. Play Injustice 2 Atrocitus ending. Then something appeared and looked over him as he knelt down as tears rolls down his face. It was the emotional entity Proselyte. Enough. Jaune. Proselyte. Stop punishing yourself. It serves no purpose. Jaune, why? I failed. They're dead because of me. Their vengeance demands justice. Proselyte. That is your guilt and rage. The emotional spectrum demands balance. Your rage must punish the worst offenders, but it must not blindly consume those who deserve compassion. You are deserving of compassion. Jaune, why? Proselyte. For your commitment to service, your unwavering devotion to protect the innocent, and your kind and nurturing heart. This is for you. Proselyte. Tor Lorik San Vor Nakamor. Natrimo Fontornek what you are. Ter Lantern Kurlo. Ton Lek Nok Formoro Sir. Then visible chains surrounding Jaune began cracking and breaking. Memories of his friends turned from despair to joy as the dark times were washed away by all the light that they shared. Deep in John's heart he felt peace as his guilt melts away from compassion's guiding light. Proselyte seeing this disappears back into the universe, his eyes turned violet as a ring floats towards him as he speaks the oath. John. Tor Lorik San, Bor Nakamor. Natramo Fon Tornek Watur, Ter Lantern Kur Lo Ton. Lek Lek Nok For Moro Sir. John takes it and put it on his left ring finger as he was engulfed with violet energy and transforms. But what is different with transformation? He wore robes instead of the other uniforms, which was futuristic and armor design, but another additive is he was holding a staff. John, I forgive myself. Because if I don't, how can I ever forgive others? He saw what he was holding. John, why a stick? Indigo 1. Since ancient times, the staff was a sign of strength and leadership. It is also mainly carried by those who have achieved a certain level of enlightenment, hence the symbol. Compassion allows us to see beyond any turbulent emotion and forms the most reasonable response. John, I see. He looks at his new ring. John, I am allowed to take this? Indigo 1. As our Creator have said, you are one of us. John nods and thanked them for helping him conquer his inner demons. He then excused himself as he went back to OA to deliver his report later in Ganthit's office. Ganthit. I see. An emotional entity. We have never heard of this in our long lifetimes. John. I guess there's always something new to be learned. Ganthit, indeed. Evra's ring chose wisely. John. Did you say something? Ganthit. Nothing. You humans sure are full of surprises. I will keep this ring for study and documentation, and when I am done I'll return it to you. John, understood. If that is all, I have other duties to tend to. Ganthit, you are dismissed. He leaves the room as Ganthit replays the recording of the Indigo tribe's oath. It was something never heard before in most sectors, but an ancient such as himself has heard of it long ago. This encounter jogged his memory as he translates the language. There is no canon translation and was left in this alien language, and there are many who made their own translations, so I made one of my own. It may not be accurate, but I tried to fit my understanding of this lantern core. Ganthit. In sorrowful day, in grieving night, Natramo gave us our light. With this lantern we join Aben Sir's fight. We rid you of your misery. With compassionate light. Chapter end. One month later, after serving the Lantern Corps, John remained on OA to keep training his skills and wielding the power ring. Ganthit's choice caused some bruised egos and butting of heads, but he made up for it with everything he learned through John's missions as new Lantern Corps. Were revealed, the issues continue to give the Guardians more work to do, but it is their purpose. Old threats, and knew some of the Guardians even inquired of John, and he obliged, sharing his planet's history and all the available information within the unknown sector that has now been dubbed the Frontier Sector 622-1981. John was now an official Green Lantern, and it's of the Frontier Sector. Jessica was the second. John was training once again with all the rings he received from Orange to Indigo. Ganthit floats by and saw his progression. Ganthit. It seems you have grown accustomed to your other power rings. Jonas. But resisting some of the destructive urges like greed takes a lot out of my will. Ganthit. Indeed, some of the rings are a difficult thing to master. I came by to ask for another favor. John. Anything for the Guardian who gave me a chance. Ganthit. Something concerning just arose. Green Lanterns have gone missing, and I need your help. John. It seems like this is something that regular lanterns can't handle. Let me guess, it's another Lantern Corps? Ganthit. We surmise, but it's not red or yellow that concerns us. John. It's something we have yet to face. The Guardian nods and gave him the sector coordinates. John. Who went missing? Ganthit. It's Hal Jordan, and the other is Kilowog. John, hold on. Jessica. Yes, with Kilowog. Ganthit. Don't worry, Kilowog left Remnant when this happened. Lantern Cruise has reported no enemy activity on your home planet. John sighed in relief, but what worries him is the mission. He has read that Hal Jordan and Kilowog were the Coppers' finest lanterns. If anything took them down, this is a dangerous mission to partake. Ganthit. I know what I'm asking, but I'm not letting you go alone. Therefore I asked one of Hal Jordan's friends to assist you. Then another lantern enters the room, but what took John off guard is that the lantern in question was not a green one, it was another red lantern razor. So Jordan and Kilowog got them into a heap of trouble, and you're sending us to bail them out. John. I didn't know you had ties to Red Lanterns. Ganthit, you didn't ask. And you haven't been forthcoming with your affiliation to them. John looked away, feeling shame. Ganthit. There is no shame in feeling rage, my boy. It is one of the emotional spectrum. John then dons the Red Lantern uniform to show his connection. Razor. There are others beside me who didn't side with Atrocitus. John. I am no mindless murderer like him. I point my wrath to those who deserve vengeance. For the true purpose of Red Lanterns are to exact the appropriate punishment to those who have escaped the Green Lantern's justice. Ganthit knew of their past actions and felt they needed to be held accountable for the Manhunter massacre. Ganthit. Well said, Lantern Arc. Please proceed to your mission and bring them back safely. John nods as Razor follows him into deep space. As they flew, John rechecked the coordinates for the sector. John. Alright, we are locked in, prepare for a fight. Razor, I am always ready. John, let's get to it then. They traveled through a wormhole to expedite the process. Sector 1416, Planet Zamran. The two lanterns arrived at the last known location. John. I hope we're not too late. Razor. As long as we don't see a couple of rings flying around by themselves, we still have a chance. The two made planetfall as they were met with tribal women. John. Reminds me of the Indigo tribe. Razor, the what? John, never mind. The two then made contact as they were given a warm welcome. John inquired of any previous Green Lantern seen on the planet. They gave a vague explanation as they showed them around, but one thing put him off is when they separated them. Razor was pulled aside as he was being entertained by the youngest member of the group. John, on the other hand, had an escort, which put him off. They took him to the barren flats, and he saw numerous crystals, but once he got close his eyes widened at the ones inside were people. He turned to see the matriarch of the tribe blasting him with a beam of energy that slowly entrapped him in a crystal. Once the light fades, John was trapped motionless in a crystal. The leader then casts her focus at the remaining lantern as she and her escorts made their way to take down Razor. John, on the other hand, was stuck in place. He was trapped in some sort of dreamscape as his tries summoning his rings to help him escape, but the power of the element in the crystal was too strong. As his other emotional spectrum were diminished due to him not leaning too much on one, his will was strong, but it was still not at its peak until another light shines on him. As one emotypnal spectrum shines brighter than his own, will the center of his strength that he long buried alongside his friends. The light fades and reveals a ring. Ring. John, Arc of Sector 622-1891. Your heart has been judged, and you are worthy of our light, for your heart is filled with true love. Take this ring and speak our oath. The ring then shatters the crystal he was in, setting him free, and then bound itself to his left index finger. John. 4 hearts long lost and full of fright. For those alone in blackest night, accept our ring and join our Phi. Love conquers all with violet light. Next scene, imagine Sailor Moon transformation. John dons his uniform and he broke the prisoners free. Fortunately, one among them is Kilowog. Kilowog. Ow, my head. He looks up to see John and he rubs his eyes. Kilowog. Quizzer, is that you? John. No time to lose. Do you know what happened to Hal Jordan? Kilowog. Last thing I remember is a purple flash of light. But I think I remember Hal figting some chick in the same get-up as you. John. Don't even mention what I'm wearing. Let's rescue Razor first, he's next on their hit list. Kilowog. Razor is here. Let's get the kid. The two then flies towards the main city and found Razor alongside the Star Sapphires watching something in the sky. It was a dogfight. Hal Jordan was fighting with an Earthling woman, Carol. Get back here, Hal. We see Hal avoiding a confrontation as the woman was shooting to kill John. Must be some sort of lover spat. Kilowog. You know what's happening. John, Mom and Dad does the same thing minus the energy blasts. Let's break it up. He then created a brick wall between them as Carol snarls at the intruder. John. Now we can calmly talk, this are like adults. Agapa, what is this? The Star Sapphire has chosen a man. John. Love is not exclusive to only women, you know. Takes two to tango. Hal heard this and then talks Carol down. She tried punching him as he caught her fist and pulls her in for a kiss. Gia saw this and felt odd. Razor looks away, covering his eyes. Kilowog. Come on, you puzzer, it's not the time or the place. Carol calmed down and just melts in the kiss as the angry haze she felt was fading away. Carol. What? Hal. What was I? What am I wearing? Hal explains the situation as she found it hard to believe that they are in space. Agapa. What is this farce? John. What do you think the star sapphires are about? Agapa. It's to spread the power of love across the stars to bring peace? John. Through force. That's not love, that's pride and vanity. Agapa. How do you define love? John. Love is selfless. It is forgiving, it is compassionate. Agapa. We are saving them from themselves. John. You show your love against their will. That is twisted. And how that woman attacked her lover. Hal and Carol. We are not lovers. John. That is not love. Giata. I see. That is why the ring finally chose a male after so long. We wholeheartedly believe that only women can wielding such a power. We forgot that love resides in all of living things. John. Will and hope may be powerful, but without love they falter. For it was love that stayed hand from avarice. It was love that led me to compassion. It was love that tempered my rage, and it was love that drives my will. For my family. For my friends. And An image of Jessica smiling at him came to mind. Giata. The one you love? He shakes his head. John. You must redefine your understanding of love. Agapa. I see. Would you be willing to show us the way? John. He looks to Razor, who had his arms crossed. The to Kilowog. Don't look at me, puzzer. He then looks to Hal, who was embracing Carol. Agapa and Giata offered their apologies, and the lantern settled the issue. John sighed and decides to stay and teach them what he has learned. Weeks may pass as she needs to return to a chapter end. After 3 weeks of teaching the star sapphires, John returns to OA with another ring for Ganthet's archive. Will, rage, avarice, compassion, love. The full emotional spectrum was now archived and documented for future generations. Everything was peaceful for a time. John had the opportunity to see and look around OA, finally getting to know more of the galaxy and its various races, cultures, technologies, and histories. John even had the pleasure of meeting another lantern from Jessica's home. The legendary Kyle Rayner, the very first Green Lantern. If you don't count Alan Scott, I don't know much of DCGL lore, I only know much of Jizz. The comic book artist spent time getting to know a human from the frontier sector. They traded stories, and John made it known he was a huge comic book nerd, something about his past that he has never went back to due to all that happened. Kyle, feeling terrible about John's misfortune, took his time and gave him many types of comics and even manga. From Earth, John wanted to pay him back, but the artistic lantern waved it off as his way of welcoming the new guy. The two spent time relaxing on OA due to their leave. Throughout the 3 months John spent on OA, he became more and more a steadfast lantern that was recognized by the Guardians, except for Apo, who was taking longer to accept him. Weeks later, John was sitting down with Kyle for some coffee while he was enjoying another comic. Kyle: so how are the comics I sent you? John: they are amazing. I don't know if I should share it on Remnant. Kyle: hey, we can just be a courier service for Earth to Remnant. John: really? From cops to delivery boys. Kyle: hey, it's a creative way for cultural exchange. John: you really are a whole lot different from the other lanterns that I have met. Kyle: yeah, guy is a piece of shit. John: right? The two laughs for a good bit, but that was interrupted by an explosion. OA was under attack. PA: all lanterns. OA is under attack. All lanterns deploy. Then they saw many green lights go into the sky as the lanterns respond. John and Kyle both nod and joins the defense, but once they reached the outer atmosphere they saw who was attacking them. It was their mortal enemies, the Sinestro Corps. Sinestro has returned with a massive army of yellow lanterns. The green lanterns met his army head-on. It was a massive space battle. Many lanterns were dying as the battle rages on. We see Sinestro showcase his might by creating a massive cannon and blasted away 1/4 of the Green Lantern Corps. Meanwhile, where Jaune was fighting, he saw the massive flash of light and shielded his eyes, and when the light died down he see a mass of green lights go past him and return to where many of the veteran lanterns look on in dismay as they continued the fight. Hal, Jaune, Guy, Lyra and Arisia led the offensive. Jaune was still frozen until one lantern ring went to him. It was the ring of a new recruit Jaune mentored. He was a scared young man who was recently added to the Corps, and Jaune took responsibility to help him through the initiation process. Jaune held the ring in his hand as a wave of old emotions washes over him. He stared at the ring as memories of the new kid went past his mind, and the ring left his hand and returned to away as he looks blankly at space. Then suddenly the ring he hasn't relied on has awakened its spark as Jaune dons his very first uniform. Back to Hal was squaring off with Sinestro. Hal, you really don't quit, do you? Sinestro, as long as you bleeding hearts hold power, I will always come back. Then suddenly a massive roar could be heard. Guy, hey, was that a lion or something? Then suddenly a blazing red lion was clawing and gnawing yellow lanterns left and right as one of its swipes sliced a yellow lantern into 5 pieces while it grabs another in its mouth and chomped the villain into Sinestro. What in the world is that? Hell, what the... Then the lion released a sound barrier-piercing roar that targets only the Sinestro Corps, shattering their personal barriers, killing them with the help of the vacuum of space. Then a tidal wave of yellow rings passed Sinestro and vengeance came for him as a red shining star pierced through their ranks. He felt fear for once as the lantern responsible now stands before him. Hal couldn't believe what he is seeing along with the other lanterns. Jaune was back. Sinestro, who? What are you? Jaune, Doom. He then creates an executioner's axe as he swung down, and Sinestro creates a shield that instantly was chipped once it made contact, but Jaune shows new abilities from his training with the other rings as the axe was now engulfed in flames as it starts eating away at the shield. Then he creates a group of sentient lions who surround him as they began pouncing on him as he fights them off, blasting some away as the others were able to latch onto him with their claws and teeth. The power of the constructs were so potent they pierced through his barrier, drawing blood. Then Jaune made chains and lasso Sinestro and pins him on a nearby asteroid. Sinestro looked at the chains and then up to his executioner in absolute fear. Then suddenly a ring came to Jaune, deeming him a champion of fear, and placed itself on his finger. Jaune overrode the original oath with his very own definition of fear itself. Jaune, in blackest day, in brightest night, beware your fears made into light. Let those who try to stop what's right burn with power. Yellow lanterns might. Now Jaune was. Jaune, Sinestro. The souls of your victims demands justice, and as of this day the Green Lanterns has shown you leniency. I, by the authority given to me by emotional entity the Butcher, I judge you to be unworthy of life. Now I cast judgment. He then inhales and then breathes out burning napalm mixed with yellow radiation to eat away at Sinestro until nothing was left of him, not even ashes. Kyle, whoa kid, are you okay? The yellow then fades off of him as red takes over, and even after that it also fades back to his Green Lantern uniform. Jaune, alright. Who else wants some? Jaune, I don't think you need to do any more, kid. Look. He looks to see many of the Sinestro coppers has fled, while some surrendered rather than face the ire of the Red Lantern. Ganthet flew to them and asked them all to have a meeting with him. They all nod as they followed him, but Kyle noticed Jaune wasn't moving. Kyle, hey kid, you okay? Jaune, yeah, I was just thinking. He felt weird wielding the power of fear, something for him to get used to. He supposed the Lantern War ended before it could escalate, but those remnants who fled will return to cause another one. And there is no telling if the other Lantern Corps will intervene. Chapter end. Remnant: the day after Jaune left, Jessica was in for the ride of her life as we see her slamming face first into glass. The view then zooms out, and it was revealed to be General Ironwood's office. What makes it funny is he was there when it happened, and he was reading reports while drinking coffee. What makes it funny is he wasn't fazed, maybe because he was a soldier and he has seen shit, or this kind of shenanigans happens in Atlas on a daily. He shrugs and went back to reading, trusting that the Green Lanterns were simply doing fine. Jessica then slides down, leaving a trail on the glass. He presses the intercom. BZZT Ironwood. Miss Schnee, please call in Alex to clean the window. BZZT Winter again. Understood, General. He went and lean in his chair and then looks out into the horizon. Ironwood. Hope you are doing well out there, soldier. Jaune. Jessica then recovers and was rubbing her cheek. Jessica, ow. That hurts. Then a grisly voice came from behind her. Kilowog. Of course it does, rookie. Think fast. She ducks and then spin kicks back, hitting him, making him back off, but he wasn't bothered. Kilowog. Is that all you got, Puzzer? Then you won't last long. Didn't that other Puzzer train you? He did a pass poor job. That made Jessica frown as her ring suddenly glows brighter. Jessica. You take that back. Kilowog, make me Puzzer. She then vanished as a green lightning trail was left behind. He noticed a glow below him, and he looks down. Jessica created a heavily spiked gauntlet and uppercut the drill instructor so hard that a shockwave was made as he rockets to the skies. We then see Remnant from as a green shooting star crashes into the moon. Kilowog's jaw was dislocated as he then corrects it. Kilowog. I guess I pressed the no button. Then, he looks up to see another green shooting star crashing upon him. He look up to see a very angry Jessica with her fist ready. Kilowog. Okay, Puzzer, you passed. Good work. Jessica. Pant, I didn't know I could do that. She looks at her hands. Kilowog. Neither did I. But let's take a break from the training and get some grub, I'm starving. She nods and they went back to the planet. The pair returns to Atlas. As they went to the mess hall, they grabbed a bite to eat. Jessica sat down with her meal and felt a lot of eyes on her as she looks around, and people were either giving her the stink eye or were curious, or they liked what they saw. Kilowog then crashes into his seat with a ton of food on his tray. He took a massive turkeylet and went in for a bite. Kilowog. Delicious. Jessica laughs it off as they talked about the lanterns. Then suddenly a call came as Jaune was reported MIA. The Orange Lantern chapter. Jessica was worried. Kilowog then brushed her worries aside as he told her that another lantern he knows was dispatched to check on him. He explains that this lantern was also from Earth, just like her, that got her curious, and asked if there were any other Earthling green lanterns. He gave her a list of active lanterns: Kyle Rayner, Hal Jordan, John Stewart, Guy Gardner, Jessica Cruz. She was surprised that she was accepted and put on the list. Kilowog. Well, you're in charge of this planet while your friend is in charge of the sector, Jessica. It's still tough to digest that I have that much responsibility. I'm still young. Kilowog laughs it off. Kilowog. You haven't met Rob. That Puzzer is practically still in school when she was inducted to the Corps. And she was the one who came up with a plan to save the Corps. Once. Don't look down on yourself just because you're new, kid. The two chat and ate. Then Kilowog, someone made fun of him thinking he was a pig. Faunus. Kilowog. You got something to say, Puzzers? And just like clockwork, a food fight occurred with Kilowog Pyle driving the mook, who insulted him into a tray of food. Ironwood came into the mess hall and saw what happened. He reprimanded the students who instigated the fight and prepares their just punishments. Later he apologized to the lantern, but he just said it was fine. It was normal for people to behave like that with alien races, but he wanted to deal with it himself, and he did. Ironwood excused himself as he had more work to do. Hearing that Jessica offered herself for the task, he accepts and sent her to protect some incoming dust shipments for Project Amity. Later Sanus Rhodes to Atlas. A convoy of dust shipments came under attack by bandits, and to their surprise a team of huntresses were there to defend it, and they were embroiled in a fight as Team RWBY kicked major ass, but the ensuing chaos summoned Grimm. Their backup was Crow, who was drinking a moment ago, letting Team RWBY do their thing as they were able to handle it. But when packs of Grimm came, he jumped in the action, but carefully, as his shifty semblance might do more harm than good. They were doing fine, but the Grimm seemed coordinated as it prioritizes destroying the shipment, rather focus on the huntresses. Some were able to slip through and got to the convoy. The soldiers were poorly prepared to fight against high-level Grimm that were supposed to be rare to see in Sanus, but then a beam of green light made a wall between the wounded soldiers and the Grimm as the Green Lantern of Remnant arrived to lend her support. Jessica then created dual machine guns and went in blasting Soldier 1. Whoa, who the hell is she? Soldiers 2. Ironwood's best fighter, they say. Damn, is that dust. They noted her hard light constructs as she switched to a minigun and tore down a line of grim Ruby. Jessica. Weiss, looks like we got backup. Yang. Ah, and here I thought I could get all the fun to myself. Blake. Yang, a couple of grim got past us. This was timely assistance. Crow. Shame that we only have one of those overpowered lanterns. Ruby. Be glad it isn't John. He might chew us out again. Weiss, don't want that. Yang. He would have punched that smug mouth of yours on your face. Crow. Alright, I get it, she's tough crowd. Jessica was there to save the day. Chapter end. Weeks passed, everything was hunky-dory. Ruby was getting better as she was also offered counseling with Ironwood. She had to report daily as she was suffering from survivor's guilt, as Ironwood knows it as well. Ruby was slowly getting back her cheery self, but it was slow as it took her 3 weeks to crack a genuine smile. She was coming to terms with how she led the remainder of JNPR, and she spent her time remembering and honoring them by working and keeping people safe. This time it was slow, but eventually things went back to a modicum sense of normalcy. Even with that, Ruby still had her own nightmares to deal with, but it won't be something she faces alone, as she had her sister, who was more attached to her and not simping, her partner, who is not shipped to her, by her side, and her friend, who is not simping for her sister, and finally the last friend she had in Vale alive and well. But that made Ruby's thoughts drift to John, who had no one, and that made her promise to help him. As well, everything was fine in Atlas. That is until Salem makes her move, but today everyone was as their usual. At the very least, after all that rebuke they received during Haven towards Argus, Team RWBY was being more careful and mindful of their actions, as actions have consequences. They fulfilled their roles as Huntress without any hitch. Team RWBY cooperated alongside the Aesop's defending mantle, but ever since the lamp was given to Ironwood there was an increase of grim attacks. Meanwhile, on the mantle wall, Ruby was on patrol with Penny. Friend Ruby, are you still having your nightmares? Ruby, yeah. I always wake up back there where I left him. Penny. Friend John wouldn't hold a grudge like that. Ruby, he's not my friend anymore. That's what he says. Penny. You can unfriend someone? Ruby, yeah, Penny. And he said we were done. And it's all my fault. Penny. Statistics says it's not healthy to blame oneself. Friend Ruby. Ruby. Then who am I supposed to blame? Those who were responsible are now gone. All except me. Penny. Reports say that this Salem is responsible for the Grim. So she is responsible for all the death and misery all over the world. Ruby. She doesn't control all Grim. Penny. If she did, we'd all be dead. Well, it's my fault and I will own it. And I have to be better. At least that's what Ironwood told me to do. Penny's sound logic. Ruby. I'm getting better, Penny, don't worry too much. I'll get over this just like John did. She looks up to the stars. Penny. What are you looking at, friend Ruby? Ruby. John went into space to protect the universe. I always thought that one of those stars out there could be him. And I think to myself, he is living the life I wanted to live. To be a hero people can count on. A tear escapes her eyes. Ruby. I feel like I let my mom down when I failed him. But never again. I'll be a hero just like him. There was a shining star in the sky, and it was shining brightly than the others. It was an indigo light as John found forgiveness. Ruby then shakes off her sadness and went back to work as Penny followed closely behind her, and Atlas was able to sleep tightly tonight. Meanwhile, Jessica was tasked to watch over them as she appears from a distance. She saw that exchange and felt sympathy at how broken a person can become through a loss. Just like John, the next day, Atlas Mess Hall Team RWBY was eating their lunch and was just chatting about their days. Their attention was taken when Jessica sat with them. She wanted to know the John she never met as she asks them for stories about him. Ruby was saddened, reminded of those days. But she honored the man John was and told her their adventures together. It was a somber reminder that John may never be able to go back to the sunny and cheerful version of himself. Jessica smiled at how wholesome John and Ruby spent their times together. Listen to It's So Hard to Say Goodbye to Yesterday. Take a good look, shippers. These two had so many great moments together. Suck it. Jessica smiled but somewhat felt the pain of loss of such a friendship, and how fondly Ruby retold their story. Then suddenly something dropped on the table. It was water. They looked toward Ruby, who was crying as she wiped her face. Ruby. I told myself I wouldn't cry. Young quickly hugged her as she started bawling, while Weiss sets her hand on her shoulder as Blake did the same, but her thoughts were broken when she noticed Jessica standing beside her. She then embraced her and reassures her. Jessica, I know deep in my heart that Jaune isn't as hateful as you think. I saw the kindness he shared with others, and I know he will come around. We just got to have faith. Ruby, sob really. Jessica, I believe in him. Ruby closed her eyes and embraced Jessica back as she let out all her repressed feelings. Meanwhile, in the stars, someone else found the power of forgiveness. Compassion. Chapter end. It was a peaceful day as Jessica finally caught a break from training. As Kilowog was recalled back to away for duty, he told her to drill the same things he taught her, and to don't forget the basics. She took the time to get to know the planet where her friend was born, and the library was easy to deal with, as she scanned every literary material for archiving purposes, and with that Ganthit tool the opportunity to add her archive of Remnant as the first planet discovered in the unknown regions, now known as the frontier. Then she took a trip down the city to see the sights. She walked around in her casual attire, generated by me using Civit AI Fox YRGT. She toured the typical spots like clothes shops and restaurants. Ironwood gave her a massive allowance due to her contributions. She spent it wisely. She sat down and took a bite and saw many different people, even the same Aesops patrolling around, the same ones who Jaune easily stopped as she smiled, remembering how tough he looked. Then something caught her eye. It was an electronics store where Tida Versus were playing the last and maybe final Vital festival. She watched and documented the tradition, but what drew her eye was Jaune amongst the students fighting each other in the tournament. He seemed much more happier. He didn't have his usual impassive look or his scowl as she was grown accustomed to. She imagined what it would be like if she were to meet that Jaune, but to Ruby's stories he was more both hopeful and a pessimist at times, for he wasn't formally trained and struggled to catch up with his peers. Jessica remembers her time where she had to struggle to catch up with others as she secluded herself after her parents' murder. She looked down and thought maybe she needs a more heart-to-heart with Jaune to help him further along the road. She smiled seeing the recording of him finally being able to stand up alongside his former friends and comrades. Her hope was to see him back to his true old self. If not today, maybe one day. It might not be 100%, but it would be good to see him that way. She then walks away as she simply enjoyed the night. She flew green as she took flight to the skies, as she seemed to look like dancing in the moonlight. Many of the RWBY casts scattered around. Atlas saw the green star in the sky and knew they were in good hands, as Remnant still has a green lantern watching over them. Suddenly, her ring beeped as news arrived to her. Away was attacked. Jaune and many other lanterns engaged the enemy and repelled them. Sadly, there were some casualties. Jaune was not among them, as Jessica released a sigh of relief. After that, nothing else was on the reports. She went back to the dorms and she slept in for the night. The next day, Jessica woke up, took a shower, and brushed her teeth. She walked out as she was welcomed by a cup of hot coffee courtesy of Marrow, who volunteered to be her guide when she still had questions about the planet Marrow. So how is your boyfriend doing? She spat out her coffee and tried to dismiss that claim. Marrow, don't worry. Your secret is safe with me. The lot of them are oblivious, but me not so much. You still haven't answered my question. Jessica, he's fine. He just became a full-fledged lantern. And the same goes for me now that I am officially assigned to this sector. Marrow, neat. Then Clover enters the room with many of the cadets and Team RWBY, who seem to be still sleepy. Clover, I see we got some early birds. That's what I like to see. Young, I'm more a late afternoon bird. Blake, don't get us into trouble. Young, alright. Ruby, behave yourselves, we're not students anymore. Weiss, she's right, we're huntresses, not some loose cannon students. Ruby, hey Jessica, hey Rubes. For those who are gonna complain, that's for certain. Jessica has spent nearly a year with them and became friends. They all sat down and spent the rest of the days training and taking on missions to keep Atlas safe. Play Atlas montage. What they don't see is that there is an approaching darkness from the horizon in search of 2 relics currently now in their possession. Meanwhile in space, Jaune was now on basic patrol around the sectors near OA with Kilowog, who is showing him the ropes. Kilowog and Hal just sent him hurtling towards the sun. And you know what I say, Jaune, the bigger you are the faster you burn. Kilowog. Haha, right. Then suddenly he was hit by a flaming fireball. Jaune looked towards the source of the attack and found something that sent chills down his spine. It was Atrocitus, the leader of the Red Lantern Corps. Atrocitus. Jaune, Arc of Remnant, we are here to take you home. Jaune, I'm fine where I am. He points to his hand as the ring in Jaune's possession ignites as he now dons red once again. Atrocitus, your rage is worthy to be part of our cause. Jaune, your cause is blind. Vengeance must be tempered so that innocence will not be harmed. If we wield our anger, rage and hate in such an unrefined manner, we will cause further suffering and we will be accountable. The purple ring he had starts to glow and overtool his rage as he showered the red lanterns around them with compassion. Atrocitus covers his eyes, only to be met with Proselyte, the emotional entity of compassion. The entity spoke to Atrocitus alone as he was shown the importance of balance of the emotional spectrum. Rage was needed, but blame revenge was not. The Guardians will answer for the crimes they committed, though the Manhunters. But a massacre will not rectify another massacre. Atrocitus was shown that truth. He stopped in his tracks when the entity retreated back into space. After Jaune returns to green, Atrocitus looked towards Jaune, who was an exemplar of righteous anger, not a blind one. Atrocitus, I vow to hold the Guardians accountable as you said. Vengeance is our creed. Vengeance on the guilty, not the innocent. Thank you, Red Lantern of Remnant, for this enlightening lesson. He makes note to bring this case against OA's council, as more than one will agree that the Guardians needs to pay for their past crimes. Kilowog recovers and tried to retaliate, only for Jaune to stop him. Jaune, the matter is settled. Kilowog, let's not make this any worse for us. Kilowog, you got to be kidding me. They struck first. Jaune, and the Guardians struck first. This has to stop, and it starts with us. Kilowog reluctantly accepted what he said and let the Red Lanterns pass to OA as keepers of the law. They are not above it as well. Atrocitus confronted the council and called them out. The Guardians were speechless knowing of their actions. Apo was forced to admit what they have done as he resigns as the head of the council. Another more open-minded leader was appointed, and it was Ganthet. He restructured the Lantern Corps and rebuilt everything from the beginning. It took them months to enact, but the Green Lanterns were reorganized as they were more accepting of other lanterns on their ranks. A balance was finally secured after a millennia. Chapter N. Jaune was with Ganthet as he finished up archiving every Lantern Ring discovery. He looked at something before addressing Jaune. Ganthet, throughout your tenure here, there are a lot of things that have changed drastically. Humans sure are an interesting race. The possibilities you all possess. Jaune, I did nothing but do my duty as a Green Lantern, nothing more, nothing less. Ganthet, you really can't give yourself any credit. Jaune, I am simply doing my job, sir. Ganthet, you haven't dropped the formalities. Jaune, I'm on the clock, sir. I am much more casual off duty. The Guardian smiled as Jaune was able to get a sense of normalcy after 1 year on OA and active service. His ring started beeping. Jaune, a call to aid? What could be happening? He answers the call, and to his shock it was Jessica. Jessica, this is Lantern Cruz, requesting support to any lantern available. The situation is dire, and I don't think I can take it all by myself. Please someone respond. Jaune, hold on Jessica, I'm on my way. Jessica, Jaune, please be careful. Things aren't. I can't talk any longer, they need my help. Please come quickly. The transmission cuts out. The Lantern looks at the Guardian, and he understood. Ganthet, no need for permission, Lantern. Go save your home. He thanks him, and suddenly the star sapphire ring glows bright. It shines and then shoots a beam forward and formed a portal. Jaune, what in the... Ganthet archived what happened and the portal that the ring made. Jaune, see you later, sir. Ganthet, Be careful, Mr. Ark. He then glances over his table as a lantern battery. Jaune didn't mince words as he jumped through the portal, and the lantern battery floats and followed him through the portal. The star sapphire ring showed its special property to create a portal that leads to the one the user love. Jessica. What Jaune saw made his eyes widen as he saw Atlas was under attack by an army of Grimm and was set ablaze. He then clenches his fists as all the rings shine their respected colors. He sees something soaring through the Skuli and blazing through the Grimm. He saw her being swarmed by a massive flock of Nevermores. She was showing fatigue as this battle was going on for 4 days. He then created dual quad miniguns in his arms and barrage missile launchers using the star sapphire on his back and legs as he wiped out Salem's entire air force, but with the amount of munitions Jaune made along with the weaponry, and lastly the long-distance instant teleportation drained the star sapphire ring. Jessica was shocked by the amount of destruction and looked to the source and saw Jaune. She then flies towards him and gave him a hug. Jessica. Jaune. What was that? Jaune. No time for idle chatter. What is happening? Jessica. This Salem sent an entire army of Grimm trying to take this relic, and everyone was called to defend the city. Jaune. What happened to Mantle? Jessica. Ironwood and Robin ordered a mass evacuation and brought everyone up to Atlas safe borders. Then suddenly Atlas begins to fall out of the sky. Jaune. What? Jessica. Oh no. They got the relic. Meanwhile at Atlas Academy. Winter. Sir, the vault has been breached. Ironwood. What? Then the room shakes. Winter. What is happening? Ironwood. Oh no. Then we knew what happens next. He then recreates the same Gundam construct using his green lantern he did against the Leviathan once built. He flies under the giant landmass and catches it. He was holding Atlas up, but he can't do it forever as the ring blinks, indicating a warning ring. Energy rapidly draining. Charge is at 30%. Then suddenly another mech helps slow the kingdom's descent. Jaune. I see that you didn't slack off while I was gone. Jessica. I learned a lot of tricks while you're away. They slowly lowers Atlas back into Mantle's canyon. Jessica's ring begins to blink. Ring. Energy reserves nearing red. Once they finished lowering the falling kingdom back to the ground, they regroup. Jessica summons her lantern battery as she charges her ring, but they didn't have time as reports of Salem attacking the vault and the evacuation. Jaune rushed to the rescue as Jessica waits to recharge, but she was bogged down by more incoming Grimm. She trusted Jaune to save Team RWBY as they were trying to keep the evacuation safe after the relic of creation was stolen. Team RWBY battled Salem's agents for possession. As they were able to snag it back from the enemy's clutches, they couldn't get the relic back to the vault and recover Atlas altitude as Tyrion made sure they can't get back. RWBY used the relic of creation to create portals to the only safe and secure place they know, which was Mistral. They were in the world in between Remnant. The people were all running towards the portals as Team RWBY. Nar and the rest of the Aesops protect the people, but Grimm started pouring in and the huntresses were hard pressed keeping the people safe. Then suddenly Tyrion came crashing as he tries killing RWBY, and that prompted Crow to come to her defense along with Clover as this opponent needed a more experienced huntsman to deal with. Mercury came in and tried stealing the relic, but was stopped by the Aesop's Harriet. You may be an assassin's kid, but you're outnumbered, asshole. Mercury did. Then suddenly multiple explosions erupted as people were sent flying to the void, and million orange tendrils spread across the endless space and caught every single one of the civilians and brought them back on the path. And in came Jaune with a fading orange lantern uniform as he burnt the ring's energy reserve, saving everyone. Meanwhile, Salem overwhelmed the huntsman using her superior mastery of magic as they run out of ammo, ideas and options. The battle dragged on until they were all beaten and exhausted on the floor. The witch was able to take the staff from a defeated RWBY and was on her way to her to get the lamp until Jaune flies in between them. Salem. So this is the great hero of Argus. Jaune noticed everyone exhausted and tired as he summons the indigo ring and gave the energy in it to rejuvenate everyone and heal them with compassionate light. This surprised Salem as to what kind of magic this kid possessed. Seeing the advancing army of Grimm headed straight towards the civilians, he used the one ring that made him so uncomfortable as he summons a massive kingdom-sized yellow monster that made the Grimm stop dead in there. tracks and then ran away from said entity projecting such. A gigantic thing practically drained the yellow ring status star sapphire, 0% green lantern, 3% orange lantern, 0% indigo lantern, 0% yellow lantern, 0% red lantern, 100%. He then changed into his original uniform Salem. This changes nothing. In the end, I will have all the relics and I will finally get what I want. Jaune. So you are the one Ashban has fought for countless of years. Salem. Yes, I am. Jaune. And you are Cinder's boss. Salem. Again correct. He inhales and the red outline of him fades, and then he exhales, but once he opens his eyes, fire bursts out from them, and an inferno engulfs him. Jaune. The souls of those whom you have killed all these years are demanding justice. Your judgment is here. He then blasted an infernal tornado as she raised a barrier to block it. Jaune. RWBY. Get everyone out of here, I'll handle this. RWBY didn't protest and organized a full retreat. Then they noticed the paths deteriorating as they rushed the remaining civilians to safety. Salem dropped the barrier, and then made her nails long as blades and sliced at Jaune, hitting his barrier. He wasn't damaged, and he then breathed napalm into her face, burning it off, but she just regenerates. Jaune was trying everything in his imagination to kill Salem, but nothing worked. He was successful in doing damage with his constructs but failed in finishing her. She simply shrugs it off but she didn't notice that Jaune managed to snag the relics away from her as he flies back to the team. He saw the path collapsing as he saw his friends at the entrance. Jaune. RWBY. He launched the relics at them as they caught both, but that enraged Salem to bombard Jaune with all her elemental attacks. She was able to get in close and locked hands, fighting for dominance. She then focused her strength on Jaune's right arm, twisting and breaking it. He backs off and used his green lantern ring on his remaining arm to shield himself. He then creates a red brace on his broken arm, making it move again. He then created a wall to protect himself as it held for a second until a crack appears, and in a minute it broke. Her attack lands on Jaune, doing damage to his ring charge. She then grappled with him, trying to strangle him. Then suddenly his ring blinks, ring energy at 10% and dropping fast. Recharge as soon as possible. With his focus divided, Salem took advantage and land attack after attack. His friends screamed for him to just fall back and leave, but Salem flung Jaune downwards as she then makes a break for the opposite portal towards Atlas, where her minions were waiting for her. Jaune tries to fly back, but his ring ran out of charge, and the Green Lantern ring cannot sustain flight. Team RWBY watched in horror as Jaune falls into the abyss. Then suddenly something flew out of the portal and followed Jaune into the void. Chapter end. Hereafter and ever after, Jaune came crashing down a forest and found himself in a place that brought memories to him as a child, the mythical place he has heard from the stories his parents told him. It was ever after in the flesh. Jaune shook the leaves from his head, trying to wake himself up from this dream. He tried punching himself in the side and found out it was real, all of it. His uniform dissipates as his red lantern ring ran out of charge to protect him from the fall, and the cast on his arm disappears as it went limp, but his aura kicked in and healed it. Jaune. I never realized that once I use the ring, my aura doesn't activate. Now what the hell is this? He looks around the forest and tried to get his bearings. Things doesn't make sense here as he proceeds. Conventional logic and basic physics doesn't apply in this place as he finds a clearing in the woods. He spent his days trying to understand the land in order to live, let alone survive. Their hours turns to days. Days turns to weeks. Weeks turns into months, and so on. He then found a signal as his scroll picked something up. It was RWBY, but how? He decided to follow its lead. He sends message, but no one is answering. He kept doing it despite anything. It might be something to do with the place. He doesn't know if his messages even reaches RWBY, but he made it a goal to find out before he proceeds. He puts his survival training to use. Many say that shelter or food was the first thing to find, but the truth is the first thing you need to find is a weapon. He took down a branch from a tree and made multiple spears as he then continues his trip. He made periodic contacts with RWBY just in case if he is getting through as he travels through this wonderland. It was kind of nice, but it wasn't all sunshine and rainbows. Jaune was met with wildlife. Hostile wildlife. The lantern was assailed by wild wolf-like creatures intent of turning him into dinner. Jaune found out his basic combat skills has dulled, but he still remembered the basics as his thoughts drift to Pyrrha and her lessons. He fought the wolves to a stalemate regardless of their numbers. It was then he was met by the alpha of the pack, Jaune. So you must be top dog, huh? Let's see if your bite is as tough as your bark. The alpha lunges at him as he met it with his spear. Later we see Jaune cooking the alpha's remains, and he even fed the other wolves who has chosen to follow him. Jaune noticed that he had injuries all over. The makeshift spear isn't enough anymore. He took whatever he could find. He dug for iron ore near the mountains with the wolf pack keeping guard. He then took the iron ore over an open fire as he started to make his very first sword after leaving crochet moors behind. It was crude, but it was something. He then made a sled as he had wolves now, and he traveled to the signal. Jaune, Ruby, if you are reading this, I'm still on my way. It took him several days until he found the source. It was the ever after market. Many of the denizens there eyed him curiously. He released the wolves who didn't want to leave, but they did as they were told and lived freely. Jaune followed the signal until he found the source. It was a smithy. There he met the blacksmith, who asked him what he was doing there, and he explained why. She showed him the scroll in her possession, and he inquired of its owner to his dismay that it was found by itself. His hopes dashed into pieces as he was stuck in this topsy-turvy world alone. There he decided to keep finding a way home, but he was kept from his goal when something attacked the market. It was the Jabberwocker. Do you mean the Jabberwock, RT? It terrorized the people of every after for no good reason. Jaune jumped into action as he squared off with it. It was not long until Jaune found that he was at a massive disadvantage. Armed with a simple sword and no armor, it was no contest. The beast slashed at him, and he narrowly dodged its attacks until it got lucky and landed a strike. Jaune's aura was flickering, noting that this thing can do massive damage, and he focused on dodging then tanking. It was barely even a fight as Jaune's sword didn't do much damage to it until it broke. After the 13th strike on it, the blacksmith threw him a blade and he took it. Uncanny enough, it reminded him of the old crochet moors, but he didn't have time to reminisce as he fends off the beast and managed to cut it. The blade was a whole lot sharper and stronger. Looking at its injury, the Jabberwocker then made a break for it to lick its wounds. The people of Ever After celebrated the young man. He looks around, and he felt compelled to stay. The blacksmith smiled at him, knowing the birth of a new story chapter end. What seems to be years have passed, but in all honesty, time is not relevant here. Jaune made a name for himself as he kept the Jabberwocker at bay from harming the people of Ever After. He had no way to put an end to it. The more damage it takes, the more stronger it gets. That is why Jaune was known as a shield, as all he could do is defend and repel this creation of the brothers. He needed a killing blow to put an end to it. But nothing in this world has the power strong enough. He was armed by the blacksmith with a sword, shield and armor befitting of a knight of old. During his journey, he found a poor little injured jackalope. Jaune, are you okay? Jackalope, whines Jaune. It's okay, I won't hurt you. He kneels down and torn a piece of his clothing and wrapped it on its injured leg. Jaune, where's your mother? She shakes her head. Jaune, I see. I guess you're like me. Alone. He sat down looking up in the sky, losing hope, but he felt warmth as the little jackalope nuzzled next to him. Jaune, you want to stay with me? Jackalope, purrs Jaune. I don't think that's a good idea. She looks at him. Jaune, everyone who gets close to me ends up getting hurt. She then rubs her cheek on him, making him chuckle. Jaune, okay, you can stay with me. He stood up as he picks up the jackalope. Jaune, do you have a name? She shakes her head. Jaune, I guess you need a name. What should I call you? I know, I'll call you the name of the people important to me. Juniper. Juniper. Purr Jaune, you like that? Alright, let's go. He walks into the distant sunset. Days pass. The knight fought and fought as his armor rusts due to the numerous time and battles he underwent. Then one fateful day, he found a couple of humans who strayed into this crazy world like him. It was a couple of kids who were trying to find a way back home. To Jaune's shock, they were the writers of Remnant's fairy tales, so he may have found a way home. Because if they wrote about their adventures here, then they were able to return home and even tell the tale. So he guided them and watched over them. It was then the curious cat made his move. As Jaune was not so easily deceived, he preyed upon the weak-willed amongst the group. and that was Alex. Alex betrayed Jaune per Curious Cat's orders for a way to get home, and went on her way and dragged her brother Luis to escape this place. It was then the Curious Cat revealed its true intentions, as it wanted to get back home, and he will use one of them to go to Remnant, but it was unsuccessful as he tried to possess Alex and was rejected by Ascension, and Luis was able to escape back home to tell their story. Jaune came to and found out what happened, and he pieced it together. The stories never mention Luis. So Alex made a trade, and he was disgusted. The only way home was to make a sacrifice. He remained in ever after trying to accept his fate, but his deep down in his heart, this was never meant to be, as the fire in him spurs his will to find another way back. His ring blinked. The only lantern ring with a minuscule charge sprang to life. He stood and looked at it as it displayed a set of coordinates. But what made him worry is the location. It was at the tree where Ascension begins. Being distracted by this, he neglected his duties to the Paper Pleasers village. As an incident happened, the dam broke, and the village was flooded, and seemingly destroyed it, and its inhabitants. Jaune. And he kneels down with Juniper nudging him, trying to cheer him up. You appear upset. Would you be so kind as to tell me how I can help? Perhaps you are hungry. Jaune, huh? He shook his head in confusion. Jaune. No, that's okay. Red Genial Gem. If I can get you anything else, please don't hesitate to ask. That's what I'm here for. Jaune, what? What are you? The yellow Genial Gem places their foot into the water. Red Genial Gem. We are the Genial Gems, and we've arrived here to clean up this beautiful land and create something wonderful and pleasing. Jaune watches the Genial Gems remove the parts of the former village of the Paper Pleasers. Then the Genial Gems wade through the waters and place their hands on it. A glowing light appears. The stream flutters in the air and transforms into a crystal structure. Jaune. This is them, isn't it? They're back. He realized that he was becoming obsessive with trying to save, and realized it was this world as it twists his thoughts and messes with his mind. But he saw that it was wrong to wallow in despair, as he was blind to the seeing the brighter side of the universe from what he learned during his time on Earth. There is always a silver lining in the darkness. He saw the Genial Gems repair their village. As he saw that he was no longer needed, the beeping on his ring returned as it shows him a path forward. He gathers up all the courage he could muster and see if Ascension is the way to escape this place. He hops on Juniper and strode to the tree, but a looming shadow follows him there. Once they arrive, voices starts to make themselves known to them, and they were familiar voices. The voices were Pyrrha, Nora, Ren, Ruby, Weiss, Blake, Young, his family, and then Jessica. All of them were questioning him why he failed. He knew these were mind games, and using all that he learned throughout the galaxy, he powered through and ignored all voices that weren't his own. Juniper looked at him in concern, but he quickly assures her and rubs her head, saying he's okay, this was nothing. Once there, he found what the ring was leading him to. It was a lantern power battery. He then quickly got off Juniper and rushed towards it and picks it up and put his ring towards it. Jaune. In brightest days and darkest night, let no evil escape my sight. Let all those who worship evil's might beware my power. Green Lantern's light. Nothing happened. He fell to his knees as he drops the battery. As he was starting to cry, Jaune. Why? Why lead me here? Why show me this? What did I ever do to deserve this? Do you really want me to just give up? He lowers his head as Juniper nuzzles next to him in support. Tears drop from his face. Then memories of all the people he cared for flashes before him, as each and every one of them gave him their hand, and he looks at them. He then wipes his tears and stood back up. Jaune. No. Can't stop. Can't quit now. It doesn't matter if this world crumbles down around me. I don't care if it's the end of the universe. I will find a way. I will never give up. My will never be broken again. I will not fail them again. Never again. Why do you even bother? He drew his sword and looked around at the ready as Juniper got into attack position and growls. I don't know what that thing is, but it nearly broke you that it didn't work. I feel the same way, as I was denied the way to Remnant. Why do you just end it? Nothing even matters. Jaune. You clearly weren't listening. Never again. The same could be said for Alex, and look what that did to her. Jaune. What? Luis was the one to get back home. 'Cause I took over Alex. Jaune. What did you do to her? Does it even really matter? Jaune, it does. Once they got near the tree, something lands in front of them. Jaune, I have had enough of you. Then suddenly something came from the shadows and jumps on its face, and it was the Jabberwocker. Was confused as Cat changed forms into liquid and went into its mouth. Once fully consumed, the Jabberwocker begins cracking until it exploded into pieces as Curious Cat took over it. Cat. The power of darkness. He flexed his claws as they grew. He then raised his paw in a direction and manipulated shadows and turned them solid. He then looks at his quarry as Jaune stood adamant. No fear, just will, Cat. I don't know why you remain defiant after everything goes wrong for you. But eventually you will break, because everyone has a breaking point. Jaune, you don't want to see that side of me. Trust me. He then went in swinging as the cat tests out his new body. Cat. Let's see. Cat tried something with his new powers. The shadows took form that made Jaune feel utter disgust. Imagine the rubies as Jessica instead. There was a tiny spark coming from the red ring, but it was still 0%. Then he focused that rage into purpose as he tries the green ring, but with only 0.1% left, so he draws his blade as Juniper stood by his side. Jaune, even if everything seems lost, I will never lose hope. Then suddenly the lantern battery flashed and changed its color from green into blue. It floats towards Jaune and looked towards the Knight of Hope lantern. Jaune, Lantern of Remnant, you have proved that you possess undying hope. Upon the authority of the Blue Lantern Corps, I bestow you this ring. As it presents him with a blue ring as it lands on his last free finger. Cat didn't wait for him to do whatever it is he is doing, but a blue dome of energy kept them safe. Ring. Speak thy oath. Jaune, in fearful day, in raging night, with strong hearts full our souls ignite. When all seems lost in the war of light, look to the stars, for hope burns bright. A bright light shines bright as Cat was blinded, and once it dies down, the knight now wore a different uniform to his armor. Juniper was also gifted her own blue lantern ring and was wearing armor on her chest with the lantern logo on it. Jaune, you lookin' that best, buddy. She made happy Juniper noises. Cat, I don't know what you just did, but I won't be Denny. Then a blue big armored fist smashes into his face, sending him into the tree. Jaune, I have had enough of villains and their speeches. He then flies to the air along with Juniper. He created a massive blue construct of a space battleship. As he rams it down onto the cat, while every gun on the ship was firing forward at him, Cat tries to use his powers to destroy the construct, only able to chip at it until it picks up speed and crashes into him with such force that it shook the entirety of Ever After as everyone in it looked at the source and saw a giant plume of smoke at the tree. But that wasn't over, as Juniper was charging the ring on her antler for an attack as she sent a giant beam where the cat was trying to recover. As he looks up to the beam and then got erased by it like Frisia. As the dust settled, Jaune and Juniper looked at each other and admired their uniforms, but then the blacksmith appeared once again, puzzling Jaune as she cleaned up the remains of the Jabberwocker/Curious Cat. She commends Jaune for ridding this world of their problems and told him he was free to go home. As the doors to the tree opened, he looked to his companion as she nods, and they both walks through it, finally free of Ever After. And into another problem in Remnant chapter end. Jaune exits the portal and found himself in a desert of all places, but thanks to his new ring and Juniper also becoming a blue lantern, they can make their way back to Atlas. But with the constant rampant grim attacks in the Desert Kingdom, they prioritize the people. He is confident that Jessica is able to hold her own, so he helped out wherever he can. He then ends you at the capital of Vacuo. After saving it from a grim invasion, the pair simply took a few moments to rest. The two were walking down the street. A street vendor saw them and smiled. Old lady. Ooh, it's the Blue Lantern. Jaune, hello ma'am. Old lady here. She throws an apple and cabbage their way. Jaune. Oh. He tries to take out some cash only for the nice old lady to reject, and told him it's on the house. Juniper took the cabbage as John bites into the apple. They waved her goodbye as they continue their walk, until they saw the news in an electronics store to see Atlas still in chaos, but was in good hands. He sees Jessica repairing the walls around the kingdom and defends at the same time, with the Beacon teams assisting her. Once the continent's conditions stabilized, he and Juniper made their way to Atlas. When they got there, it was still hectic, as it seems like Salem didn't give up on taking 2 relics. What they didn't know that Salem's greatest agent Tyrion took almost a year, was able to capture the Summer Maiden, and used her to get the Relic of Destruction without anyone noticing, and he summarily slit the throat of the poor girl and moved on and found the new Fall Maiden after Cinder was killed, and ironically it was Emerald who had it. It was a tough battle, but he forced her to open the Beacon Vault and got the relic of choice, and she gambled on using her semblance to escape and warn the rest of the teams. Atlas was then designated the final battleground to get the last of the relics. John and Juniper jumped into the fray as Jessica met them. She couldn't believe it. He was gone for nearly a year, and she instantly hugged him. Jessica, where were you? John, stuck in another world. Jessica, and you're a Blue Lantern now? John, yeah, gotta tell Ganthet about it. Then an explosion occurred around a poorly defended section of the defense wall. John, no time. Let's get back to it. Jessica, you never take a break, don't you? John, you know me too well. The trio then flew back to the scene. We then see teams RWBY, FNKI and the Aesops holding the line. RWBY bisected a chimera as Young charges forward and dual shotgun punch a Beowulf trying to follow up an attack. Weiss used glyphs to support Blake, who was deep in enemy ranks, cutting down any pack leader among the group. We then see Team FNKI covering their flanks. Flint, keep them off the advanced team. Neon, got it, boss. She skates around the Grim and distracted them as they were sniped by the Aesop's team. Clover and Crow leads the squads as they keep the Grim at bay and doing well. But the ground split and more Grim came pouring in. Then suddenly a barrage of cyan energy came raining from the sky. The teams looked up to see a massive Siouan warship bombarding the horde until nothing but ash remains. Once the battlefield was cleared, the ship deconstructs as they see Jessica came floating down. Young, dang girl, I thought you were still recharging. RWBY, how did you make something like that since you were still low on power? She steps aside and John floats down, donning his Blue Lantern uniform. Everyone he knows. John, yeah, I'm okay. Everyone was asking him questions as he notices RWBY staying away from him, and he frowns, telling everyone to calm down. He then looks to RWBY, who looks away. John, Rubes. That got her eyes to widen a bit. He hasn't called her that for a long time. She looked at him. John, Rubes. I know what I said in the past. And I know where we were when we last met. And I just want to say this. Resentment is corrosive and I hate. So, I forgive you. Those words. Those 3 words she knew she will never hear. She thought she was dreaming again. She looks at him as she was clearly tearing up. John, I forgive you. That was enough to let the dams burst as she ran towards him, and he opens his arms and he embraced her. She cried. She cried her heart out as she apologized for everything, but John reassures her it was okay, it was all in the past. Nothing can ever be done about it, but they still have the present, and the future was not set in stone. Unknown to anyone, there was a tiny spark that left the indigo ring that, even drained of all its power, compassion still lives on. After a while they broke off the embrace as RWBY was wiping her tears away. RWBY, so what now? John, now, you guys take a break. Then Juniper gallops by his side. John, I have a job to do. Weiss, and what is that? On to give hope. He and Juniper took to the air while everyone watches Blake. Hey, was that a jackalope? Young, yeah, I only saw those in our kids' books. Jessica wanted to join him but noticed she was running low of charge, so she took his words to take a break, and the Defenders of Atlas was just given a reprieve. Chapter end. Jaune had to stop fighting as nearly all of his rings are depleted. He had to recharge them, and that took some time as the rings are badly depleted. His friends took over for him as they saw that he never rested. Team RWBY were really outperforming their past selves. Salem has taken control of a lot of captured Atlassian tech during all the chaos they sowed during Atlas Descent was. Who reprogrammed an Atlassian warship thanks to Tyrion killing all of its crew, made a formidable pair with their army of Grimm. With Cinder gone, they had to step up their game. Hazel walked away from their mission after realizing that this wasn't what his sister would have wanted. He joins Emerald as they took humanity's side and defend Atlas and the relics from Salem Ironwood. Pardon them for now until things settle down. Until then they are on probation as the Aesops are assigned to watch them with Team RWBY and all of Atlas soldiers. Huntsman and the Aesops, they are able to keep the enemy at bay. The match did give them some issues. But Team RWBY grew closer together as sisters in all but blood as they stood united and undaunted against anything Salem has thrown at them. RWBY was different after the events of yesterday as she energetically leads her team with caution and care. She has learned the burden of leadership and decided to carry it, but her teammates stood by her and helped shoulder that burden, further increasing their synergy. RWBY and Weiss learned to lean on each other for guidance. Blake and Young had more trust between them, and every move, every thought was synced. Meryl, damn, they make it look easy. Harriet, shut it. Armin, we can't let Beacon show us up on our own turf. She charges lighting and speeds towards the horde as Marrow covers her advance. Vine used his aura arms and launched Elm following Hare as the two then bulldozed the Grimm at their tracks. Clover and Crow maintained the command between huntsmen and soldiers. It was going smoothly. Juniper even pushed him to take a break as she took flight and used her blue lantern powers to reduce the number of Grimm. She generated a blast from her antlers and sent a massive wave into a direction that brought them people some hope. Then a green flames went past them and crushed the Sphinx into pieces. Created by me using Civitai Cuz, Copper Fanart Abusers. RWBY, whoa. Nice one, Jess. Jessica, careful Rubes, you might fall behind. RWBY, keep up. She bursts into petals and went past Jessica and started reforming and shooting and transforming across the battlefield. Jessica shakes her head and picked up the pace. The rest of the team just laughed it off and followed their lead. Jessica took her job really seriously as she thought Jaune was gone. Jaune looked at her with a smile, seeing her become a great Green Lantern. He dare say a better lantern than he is despite all the rings he gained. He proved that he was a really flawed individual, and seeing Jessica shine shows what he could have been. A bright star that was just his old self talking as he pushed those thoughts away as he accepted that was part of being human. Jessica looked back at Jaune, who was recharging, and gave him a smile, making him feel at ease knowing she can stand on her own. She was no longer the newbie he helped train, and so was he. He wanted to join in but decided not to, as he might make his friends worry about him. Crow, yo, taking a breather. Clover, ease off. Crow, he's been fighting longer than we ever did. Let him take 5, we got this. He swung his pole and hooked a Grimm, and he swings and slams it into another. Nevermore. Crow, your luck sure is crazy. We'll gotta go, kid. Duty calls. As Jaune sat there overlooking the battlefield, he heard footsteps and turned to see Ironwood walking up to him. Ironwood, at ease, soldier. Seems everything is going smoothly. Jaune, despite the enemy stealing a whole lot of Atlas property. Ironwood, they took advantage of the chaos Salem spread during Atlas fall. We were lucky you were there to save it. Jaune, just doing my duty. Ironwood pulls out something from a case he was carrying. It was a medal, Atlas Medal of Honor. Ironwood, I know this doesn't mean much, but Atlas is indebted to the Green Lantern that saved it. Jaune, Ironwood, please take it as a sign that all of Atlas trusts you. And from the bottom of my heart, thank you. Lantern Arc Jaune took the gift and pockets it for safekeeping. The pair looked unto the battlefield. Ironwood. I see that you look a whole lot better. Jaune. How can you say that? Ironwood, you barely smiled. You smirked just now. You see. Ironwood. Small gestures can mean something too. You have found it, haven't you? Jaune, what? Ironwood. A sense of peace. Jaune. I don't know, there's always a part of me that is still. Ironwood. Cautious. Jaune, paranoid. Life isn't easy. Ironwood. Sometime it can, it's we humans who complicate things. He puts a hand on his should. Ironwood. A word of advice, live your life to the fullest, so that you may know no regrets. He then turns to walk away. Jaune. You want to know the most destructive force in the universe? Ironwood stops and glanced at him. Jaune. Regret. Thank you, General. I won't regret anything anymore. Ironwood, good. You don't need any more counseling. And you can call me James. Jaune, call me Jaune then. Ironwood. I will see you tomorrow at work. Jaune. Jaune, you too, James. He sat back down and kept recharging and looked forward into the distance. He can't help but feel something is coming. Chapter end. After the fighting, there was a brief moment of peace. Days passed as everyone was able to get some rest. Jaune woke up in his bunk bed and went to the bathroom to brush his teeth and take a shower. After putting on an Atlas t-shirt and shorts, he walked out in sandals and enjoyed a well-earned time off courtesy of General Ironwood. He was walking past the corridors wearing all his rings, as he can't just leave one laying around as some goober might try it. On a lot of the students showed him respect, since he was known as the hero who saved Atlas from falling on mantle. He even got some fans who asked for selfies and autographs. He just smiled and humored them. He is not used to this. He entered the mess hall and saw the Aesops. He grabbed some coffee as he met Marrow at the coffee dispenser. Marrow. Hey, how are you doing? Jaune. Just came to get some morning coffee. Marrow. Late riser, huh? Jaune. Actually no. This is the first time I slept in forever. Marrow. Well, this one's on me. He gave him a cup. Marrow. Think of it as thanks and as an apology on how we first met. Some of my teammates are headstrong. Jaune. I know that feeling. Marrow's face went sour. Marrow. I heard what happened to you. Are you okay? Jaune. I'm doing fine. A lot of people has been asking me that lately. Marrow. Sorry, I was just worried. Jaune. Thanks. Marrow turns away, still feeling bad. Jaune's ring blinked. Jaune. I know something's on your mind. You can tell me. Keeping things secret tends to weigh a lot and drags anyone down. Marrow. I'm a replacement. I don't think I fit in my team. Jaune. Let me tell you a secret. Neither did I. Marrow. Really? But you're so strong. Jaune. Hey, I didn't get here in one day. I was the weakest in Beacon. Marrow. What? Jaune. So weak, in fact, I believed I didn't belong there, even on my team. But I persevered and trained, spent time, bonded and trusted the team I had. We were like a family. I offer you this wisdom. We all feel like we're out of place. But we must find that place where we belong, and once you find it, hold on to it. You never know what might happen. Marrow. Thanks. That's a huge load off my shoulders. Jaune. Just trust your team and in turn they will trust you. Just be yourself and open up to them. Believe me, I didn't, and look where that got me. Marrow. My condolences. And thank you very much. Jaune. Enough with the thanks. You remind me of my partner who always says sorry. He excused himself and went back to his team. Jaune just walked out and just looked around to take in the sight. He ends up at Atlas Courtyard, where many students hang out practicing, studying or doing anything else. He heard someone grunting as he found someone exercising. To his surprise, it's someone he knows. It was Jessica, practicing martial arts, stretching and ring slinging, so it seems she has taken daily practice that they used to have seriously, as she was more efficient, more potent and stronger. Jaune couldn't help but stare as she does stretches. He was so distracted that he didn't notice his mug of coffee spilling on his shorts. Jaune. Aw, fuck. That startled Jessica as he sees Jaune scrambling, trying to cool off Jessica. Jaune? How long have you been there? Jaune. I just got here. I got distracted and spilled coffee on myself. Jessica, oh. Well, I have a towel here for my daily routine, you can have it. She threw him a towel and he just wipes off Jaune. So this is what you've been doing on times off? Jessica. Not all the time, sometimes I spend time with Team RWBY. They are the only ones I know from here closely besides you. Jaune. Sorry, I was gone for a while. Jessica, it's okay. I knew you would come back. You always do. Jaune, you put too much faith in me. She puts a finger to his lips. Jessica. None of that downer talk, or do you want me to get you back in line? Jaune. Wow, when did you become so pushy? Jessica. I have your friends to thank for that. The stories they told me. Vomit boy. Okay. That was one time. Just one. And that labels me forever. Oh, did Ruby tell you why I call her Crater Face? Jessica. I think I know what happened judging by the name. Meanwhile, somewhere in the campus. Ruby sneezes twice. Bless you. Young. Ruby, I think you need to go see the nurse, you might be catching a cold. Blake. With the way you dress, Young, I expected you to catch one first. Young. Haha, you're funny, little sister. Blake. I'm only a few months younger than you, you skank. Young. Oh. Get over here. They roughhoused Ruby. I'm okay, Weiss. I think it's just dust or allergies or something. Back to. After Jessica wiped herself down from her exercise, the pair then went their way back, but Jessica gave Jaune a cheeky smile. Jessica. So did you enjoy the view? Jaune, what? Jessica, you know. She bends herself to reveal something to him as he looks away with a blush. Jessica's smile grew. Jaune. I don't know what you're talking about. She notices one of his rings shining. Jessica. Oh, the star sapphire ring is glowing. Isn't that supposed to be about a love? Jaune covers the ring. Jaune. You little traitor. Jessica laughs as Jaune joins her as the two enjoyed this time off for Jaune. He was hoping to see more of Jessica's exercise in the future. It was just a peaceful day. Chapter end. It was just another day in Atlas, or so they thought. Ironwood's office. People barged in a hurry. It was Ashbin, who was followed by a big man with a small girl in tow. Ironwood. Oz? What happened? Ashbin. Salem. She has 2 relics. Ironwood, what? Then someone else came in. It was Glinda. Good, which Glinda? James. I brought everyone I can with me. A lot of students who was left over from Beacon was in the Academy's courtyard. Ashbin. She is coming. We need all the help we can. Ironwood nods and called the 2 that can help. Meanwhile, Jaune and Jessica was on a date. They walked out of the movie. Jessica. It's not that great. I really have to show you some superhero movies on Earth. Jaune. Come on, X-Ray and Vav couldn't be that bad. Jessica. Jaune, you haven't seen what Earth Media can offer. I'll take you there and give you a tour. I just hope idiots like Lex Luthor won't rain on our parade. Jaune. I'm looking for war. Ring. Their scrolls rang, and it was a general emergency sent by Ironwood. The 2 nods and then transforms into their uniforms. The Green Lanterns of the Frontier Sector is on duty as they both fly towards the Academy to be briefed on the current crisis later at Ironwood's office. The teams were assembled there as Ashbin, Glinda and Crow were also in attendance. Ironwood. Jaune, Jessica, nice of you to join us. You're right on time. Let's start the strategy meeting. Ashbin reports that the enemy is in possession of 2 relics. Crow. Question, how the hell did they get the other 2? Ashbin. The Fall Maiden that Mr. Ark killed passed the powers to someone she knows. And unfortunately she is one of Salem's followers. Emerald stepped forward. Young, you. What the hell is she doing here? Ashbin. She was betrayed by Salem and was slated for the chopping block. She still has the Fall Maiden powers, but it's useless to them now as they have the relic of choice. Jaune. And since we are still in possession of the other 2, then they have the relic of choice and destruction. Ashbin. An astute observation. As we have the relics of knowledge and creation. Jaune. How many wishes do we have left? Ashbin. Are you saying you want to ask a question? Jaune, to stop the coming war. As Green Lanterns, our duty is to keep the peace. This has to end and we need do it properly. Ruby stepped forward carrying the lamp. She hands it to Jaune in trust. He stared at it as it starts to glow, then suddenly their surroundings went dark as blue mist emits from the lamp. The mist then takes the form of a woman, Jin. It's been a while, Ozma. She looks to Ashbin, who was not impressed. Ashbin, I am not the one to ask you a question. She looks around and her eyes land to the Green Lantern wielding the lamp, Jin. Oh, someone new. A new pawn, Ozma. Jaune, I am no such thing. You are here by my will and you will answer me as I wish. Jin. Oh, someone with a little more backbone. I see. She looks him up and down as she notices the assortment of rings on his fingers. Jin. So a lantern shines on Remnant. Jaune didn't ask a question as it seems she is eliciting a response. Jin. So what is your question? Jaune. Is there any way to get rid of Salem? Ashbin looks on at Jin, then images of Salem and her life and the history of Remnant replays around them. Jin. As you may know, you can never destroy her outright. The brothers have designed it to be that way as a form of punishment for her revolt towards them. But her power is connected to Remnant's core. As the flow of energy, magic is at Remnant's core. Humanity's understanding is that their magic comes from themselves. But that degraded through time. The only ones who knows how to use them are Ozma, Salem and their children, the ones you call maidens. If you take her away from Remnant's core, she will be powerless. This is a theory I had, Jin. To a lantern such as yourself it would be easy to do. But you will have to fight her at her best. Jessica, so we need to wear her down. But what is her endgame? Jin took that as a question. Jin. Her endgame is to bring the brothers back by assembling the relics. She will demand them to remove her immortality, but in doing so will enrage the brothers into destroying this world, and she will be alone and eternal. That is a possible future. Ashbin, what? Jin. Those were your last two answers. I will see you again in 100 years, Ozma. She turns to mist and returns to the lamp Ironwood. So there is hope. The blue ring shines. Glinda. Ashbin. Ashbin, after all these centuries. I asked the wrong questions. And didn't ask any further. Crow punches him in the face for quitting, but he wasn't angry. He needed him to snap out of it. Then suddenly both their rings blinked. A hologram of Juniper was on screen. Juniper. Jaune. Jessica. An army of Grimm and Mechs are on their way to Atlas Gate. They have warships with them. She was at the first defense line, then images of a massive army was on their way. Young, the jackalope is talking. Blake elbows her to keep quiet. Jessica. The rings work as translators. Jaune, how many? Juniper. 300,000 Grimm, 100,000 Atlas Knights and 20 warships. Ashbin, how did she? Glinda. So that's why the Grimm were salvaging at Vale. Ironwood. So they took all the spoils during Vale's fall and constructed an army in 4 years. Yeah, 3 years time skip from volume 3 to volume 4 and nothing major happens. Shit writing RT. Ironwood then pressed the intercom and with a stern face Ironwood. Prepare for battle. The war for Remnant has begun. Chapter end. Atlas defense line. We see soldiers firing non-stop as their guns overheat. Some weapons had interchangeable barrels, but there were soldiers carrying a backpack full of guns and handed some over those who needed replacement. Atlas soldier. Keep pouring it on. AS2. Don't let them get close to the wall. AS3. Hold the line. AS4. I'm out, I need ammo. AS5 here. He passes him a mag. The siege lasted the entire morning with no end in sight. There was a huge green ship arriving at the defense line, its bomb bay doors open, and we see General Ironwood landing alongside the Aesops and Huntsman Ironwood. Clover, Bree and Vine take the western part of the wall. Armin, Edurn take eastern part. The rest of you take center. I'll be at the bridge of the gate. They all move into position. Ironwood. Jaune, Jessica, I need you. They heard the sound of some kind of whale, but it multiplied as they looked towards the source and saw 3 massive monster Grimm landing before them. The monsters opened their mouths and began spawning more Grimm, numbering 500,000 ironwood. I need time to get the bomb ready. Jessica, how much do you need? Ironwood, as long as you can give me. John, understood. Juniper joins them. Juniper. John, Jessica, we still have more on the way and they have air support. As she said that a bombardment hits them at the wall, they looked up to see enemy warships firing upon them as their own ships arrive and meet them head on. Juniper. It is a battle of 2 fronts. John. Juniper, hold the gate. Jessica, take care of the ground forces. I'll handle their air support. They break until Jessica pulls John back and kissed him on the cheek. Jessica. You'll get the rest when you get back. Don't die out there or I'll kill you myself. John, copy that. John took to the skies as she hovers in front of the wall, creating a barrier until John can get those ships off their backs. Once above the enemy ships, John sat in the air as a green chair forms around him, and then a floor, then a bridge, and slowly constructed a massive ship. Garnering the enemy's attention as they fired upon the lone warship above them, successfully taking their attention away from the defensive wall. John was being hit from all sides as he took all the enemy's fire as Nevermore swarmed him and hits him with a rain of feathers. The bridges shakes as he was hit by enemy cannons as he fires back with his own defensive array of guns, silks, missiles and beam cannons. Jessica looks up as the barrage halted. She worried about John, but she steeled herself. For the incoming battle, she lands at the ground in the middle of the Grimm waves as she starts cutting them down with her own brand of constructs as she blazed through their ranks, pushing the advance off the wall. The Grimm was still trying to swallow the defenders in a tidal wave. Meanwhile, on the wall, RWBY was sniping as well as her teams laying their own volleys. She saw Jessica in the thick of it and decides to cover her back as she shot at the Grimm at her blind sides. Jessica saw the Grimm get headshot, and she looked to the wall and gave RWBY a thumbs up as RWBY nods and chambers in another round. Ashbin was commanding the beacon students manning the wall while Glinda covers them from any air attack with her semblance as she creates shields. Ashbin. This doesn't make sense. Why do a full frontal assault? Glinda. Maybe she believes that brute force is the only option, especially that she knows that Emerald and Hazel has defected. Ashbin, maybe. But she has been playing this game of shadows for centuries against me. Why would she discard stealth now that she has 2 relics? Glinda, that's Ashbin. Ironwood. Meanwhile, Ironwood was at the gates as the Grimm were able to reach it. A massive armored hammerhead Grimm slammed itself to the gate and kept going at it until a crack appeared. Ironwood. Brace the gates. But the Grimm was able to create a hole before they were able to take it down with a massive barrage of shots. Winter. The gate is breached. Ironwood pulls out his pistol and he and his specialist makes their way down Ironwood to the gates. Once there, they see Grimm trying to crawl through, only for the Atlasians to open fire. Ironwood grabbed an Ursa by the throat as he pushed it out. While shooting it at the torso, a chimera was able to pierce through and hits him square on the shoulder. He grunts in pain and shoved Due Process into the chimera's mouth and let loose a shot, blowing its head off. Ironwood. We need metal. The soldiers were able to get paladin armor plates as they began patching up the wall. Ironwood. Higher. Winterser. She checks his wounds, then he heard his earpiece ring as he clicks at Biza Ashbin. James. Can you contact the vault? Ironwood. We lost contact a minute ago. Crow, Xiaolong and Polendina are guarding it, so it's... Ashbin, no. We need to establish communications. We need to know the relics are safe. This assault may be a diversion. Ironwood's eyes open as he looked at a radio operator and told him to give him the radio. Ironwood. QROW. Long. Respond. BZZZZT. Ironwood. QROW. He then saw an explosion at the Academy. Ironwood. Oh no. He calls the lanterns about the breach. John was still trying to hold the line as he looked back and saw the explosion. Jessica saw this, and being the closest, she was the first to respond. She flies towards the Academy, making John look back and worry. Then suddenly a beam of light came from below the Academy. Chapter end. A few moments before, Atlas Academy Relic Vault. We see Crow and Tai guarding the relic gate as they were part of the best team in Beacon Tai. So, Crow, don't ask. I know what you're gonna say, and no, we are here to keep the relics safe. Tai, I was gonna ask what was going on the front line. What did you think I would have asked otherwise? Crow, I thought you would ask a basic question like why we're here. Tai, now I know why we're here. He noticed someone coming to the vault. It was Penny Crow. Hey kid, came to make sure the relic was. Then suddenly they were pinned to the wall by their clothes with her blade. Penny was crying, and from the shadows slither Salem and Tyrion, who had Pietro Polendina hostage. Penny, I'm sorry. Crow, no kid, it's okay. Tyrion, no sudden moves or the old man gets it, you hear? He kept his blade near his neck. Salem, I never realized it would be too easy. I guess I gave Ozma too much credit. As they strolled and leaving a multitude of corpses in the academy as soldiers laid on the ground, she then puts a hand on Penny's shoulder as she was staring at the vault door. Salem, now be a dear and would you kindly open the door? She bit her lip as she puts a hand to the gate as a light emerges from the seams as the door slowly opens. Salem then waltz in the room carrying the crown and the sword. Then the door closes behind her. Tyrion smiled, but before he could do anything a slash came across the side where he held his hostage. Tyrion, ARGG. As we see a red Nodachi drenched in Tyrion's blood, we see Raven Branwen bloodied, bruised and wounded. Crow and Tai leapt into action as they tore themselves off the wall and drew their weapons. Penny grabbed her father and flew away from his captor. Penny, father, Pietro, I'm fine dear. Help them. Tai, Ray. He looks to see her barely holding on as he ran past a recoiling Tyrion and holds her. She was badly hurt. Tai, what happened to you? Raven, Salem, captured, tortured. She passed out due to exhaustion. Crow was pissed to say the least. Despite their differences, she was still his sister. He charges the mad Faunus as he then cackles and charged back at him as the two fought. Meanwhile, inside the vault, Salem puts the crow, the staff, the lamp and the sword into a pattern, and they all shined. Energies gathered and the relics spun until they formed a circle, and then a sphere. Once all the energy required was gathered, it exploded into a beam of light up into the sky. Meanwhile, outside the academy, we see Jessica flying towards the beam, and then suddenly when the light died down, a couple of figures stood where the light was. Bold, I see that humanity still is stuck in its ways. But it's still too early to. Bold, oh spare me your optimism. I was a fool to believe that anything good would come out of you when we made humans. Bodhi, you and your ego is what ruined this world. Bold, say again. Oh. All of this started when you thought I was inferior. Whenever I make something, you try to make something better. What's worse, you misled the people of this world by painting that I was the jealous one, when in fact it was Yo. The brother of light stabbed his hand through his brother's chest bowl. I was always better than you, stronger than you, smarter than you. I will never be jealous of a failure like you. The brother of darkness with his final breath let out a small spark of energy as it heads somewhere. It went towards the battle, towards the sky to be exact. He absorbs his brother into him as their energies mingle with each other, and took form. Then something massive emerged from the academy. Brother of light and darkness, bold. I see that this world is not worth my attention. I'll just have to start over again. As he prepares to make this world's race extinct, then suddenly a green missile explodes on its face. He looks up to see Jessica, who was staring at him in defiance. Bold, I see. Another upstart thinking they can usurp the will of a god. He then draws his blade and swung in Jessica's direction as she dodges the massive blade and created weapon constructs on her body as she launches her attack. The brother blocks with his hand as he was pelted by a barrage of razor-sharp energy. The attack annoyed him like a gnat. Bold, you little pest. He swung his arm around as she flies around trying to find a weak point, but her size alone is not enough to do substantial damage as the brother laughs. Bold, you really think you can take me down? Suffer like that little whore who dared fighting a god. He then slaps his hands and a shockwave hits Jessica, causing her to tumble down into the ground. She looks up as the brother glares down at her. Jessica musters up all her remaining strength to create her best construct. She bursts into a flash of green energy. The brother was blinded by the light as he shields his eyes, and when the light dies down they were met with another colossal titan. Jessica avoided heavy weapons knowing that they are within the city, so she decided to minimize collateral. The same can't be said with the brother Bold. You think you can create better than me? I see you need some chopping down. Jessica's construct drew its shield and took its stance. The brother engages her in a melee as he shows that he has prior experience due to living for a very long time. He avoided the shield knowing it will be more cumbersome to its wielder than him, so he tries aiming for the main body. Jessica did her best to block the attacks with her shield, but it shows that the magic the brother possessed was in greater amounts. The shield starts to crack as she discards it and went with the second beam saber. The two clashed as the brother was getting slightly weaker, expending his stored energy on fighting the Green Lantern. Jessica noticed he was shrinking, so she pushed harder with her assault, but the brother grew tired of her attempts and decided to release a massive amount of power towards her as she recreated the shield, only for the beam to blast through the shield and blowing off the left arm, and even breaching the cockpit. Her last line of defense was her personal shield, but even that broke as she was launched out of the cockpit and into the sky as she falls towards the ground. Meanwhile, at the sky above the Atlas Gate play video, Jaune felt dread as he looks back and used his constructs to zoom in where the battle was. He saw a massive beam destroying a construct, and then a part of the moon. He released his construct and flew back at breakneck speeds towards Jessica, but he made it faster as he used the Star Sapphire to teleport to her. He caught her in mid-air as he lands away from the now shrinking brother, who went back to human size. Jessica remained motionless in Jaune's arms. His eyes widen as he felt no pulse from her chapter end. Jaune was starting to cry, calling out to Jessica, who is now beyond his reach. Jaune. Jessica. Jessica. It's gonna be okay. Jessica. Talk to me. She was still not responding. Jaune. Hey. I promised you that when all this is over, I would go on a date with you. You can't break that promise, right? His eyes filled up with tears as it overflows. He shakes his head. Jaune. It can't end like this. Not like this. He screams for help. Jaune. James. Ashvin. Help. I need heal. He looks back down at her as he puts his head next to hers. Jaune. Sob, I can't live without you. I can't do this without you. So please. Asterisk sob asterisk come back. Asterisk sob asterisk come back to me. Asterisk sob 1 as he embraced her body. The brother got back up and recovered. Bold. Such a strong bond. Now I understand why you people are weak. The only thing that matters in life is power. Power brings forth everything. Jaune can't hear him. Everything stopped. Like time suddenly stopped. A voice came from the void. It was Jessica's voice. Jessica. You are light. That can use even sadness to light the way. Please, Jaune. Please be the light when darkness comes. Her voice fades and another fills the air. He can't hear or see anything as his eyes was devoid of any life, his mouth mirroring the voice that spoke to him. Darkness envelopes him. His words. Jaune. Through rage and love, hope and fright, compassion, greed and will to fight, let darkness cower at the sight of life's true power. White Lantern's light. Then suddenly a ring hovered over Jessica's body as light embraces her. As life was breathed back into her, the ring hovered before Jaune. Ring. It is not yet time, Lantern. For a coming darkness will come, and the universe will need you to stand against it. Let this be a gift to you. Until then, let your light shine. As the ring flew back into space, then the world came rushing back as something can be seen in Jaune's eyes. Drops came from them, falling on Jessica's hand. It was drops of blood. Her hand twitched as Jaune didn't see, for he turns his attention to the source of his misfortunes. Bold. Power is everything. You can't hope to overcome it with something as insipid as love. Jaune's face contorts to a frown as his gnashes his teeth and blood trails his tears. All of Jaune's rings went dark as their energy drained and concentrated to only one ring. He then explodes with great power as he was shrouded in red. Jaune. I don't care how strong you are. I don't care how fast you are. I keep my word. For my word is my bond. And I promise. You won't live to see tomorrow. Bold. To think that you still have the audacity to threaten me. He was caught off as in an instant Jaune closed the gap between them and hits him square in the face. He was sent crashing to the moon. The brother grunts as he felt pain for the first time as he realized his jaw crushed. He looks up to see Jaune rocketing towards him with his right arm completely broken with a bone protruding out as he forms red bandages and corrects the bone's alignment. He braced it as he continues his assault. The brother tried to get up as Jaune picked up speed and pinned him down, punching him repeatedly. Jaune can't hear or think of anything else as he kept beating the brother into a bloody mess as gold fluids flowed away with each blow. He kept punching him and punching non-stop until the brother caught his left fist and crushes it. Jaune screamed in pain as he forms more bandages to mend his fist and continues his assault as he belched napalm flames into the brother's face and slammed his fists in the fire. Play Omni-Man fatal blow. Jaune He kept punching and punching as the moon shakes with every hit. He lands. He punched and punched and punched and punched as we see the brother's corpse kept twitching as a hit lands. It was then when there was no longer a head on his body and only bloody remains were left. The brother's body just dissipates into nothing. Jaune knelt covered with his own blood as his arms went limp as he continues to pant for air. Adrenaline fades and exhaustion sets in. Jaune looks towards the stars with an empty look on his eyes. He was cold. He was empty. There was nothing left. He was trying to cancel his life support barrier. He just wanted it all to end. The suffering. The pain. The regret. His barrier was starting to flicker as the ring was still opposing the command. Then suddenly he was covered with a green barrier envelopes him. He was still motionless, staring into the void of space. Then someone turned him around as his eyes widened to who it was. Jessica. Jaune. He may see her, but his thoughts are still muddled together. Jessica saw the emotionless look on his face, and she knew he was drifting away. She grabbed him back, and then into a kiss. Jaune's irises went back to normal, and he closed his eyes after the kiss. She noticed Jaune was asleep. She checks up on him, and realized he was just unconscious. It must be his injuries. Physical, psychological and emotional trauma was too much for him. She carries him, and went back home to Remnant to deal with it. Clean up. The brothers were gone, and they will never come back. Only one last loose end needs to be cut. Chapter end. As Jaune fought the brother of light and dark, Jessica was laying on the ground. The fighting on the gate has lessened as the explosion of light killed Salem, and it was taking her time to reform. So the Grimm were leaderless. Meanwhile, on one of the ships, Watts was still in command of the autonomous army. Watts. Tyrion. Any word from the mistress? BZZZT. Watts. Tyrion. CRCK. Watts. Tyrion? Ironwood. Burn in hell. Arthur. Watts' eyes widen at the intercepted call, and a foreboding feeling hits him as he looks forward and saw a lone Atlassian assault ship speeding its way through the AA. It crashed into Watts' bridge, and it detonated with a massive explosion, taking down the rogue Atlas Knights, cutting Salem's fighting force. The ships around them started to crash as the command code was severed. As the ships crashed, they served as bombs, further cutting down the Grimm army right below them as they crashed into the hordes. A couple crashed into a couple of monsters, reducing the Grimm production, but they still had massive numbers as they continued to throw waves to the walls. Ironwood was seen with a radio in hand as he looked upon his handiwork. Ironwood. Artillery, concentrate on the monstrous position. As long as those behemoths live, the Grimm will keep spawning. The main guns focused fire and was able to kill one, but there are still a few more. The Grimm assault lessened, but not stopped. Team RWBY volunteered to escort one of Ironwood's bombs to the target. They boarded the ship and went on their mission. As the ship made its way to the target area, they were assaulted by Nevermore with an intent to stop their plans. Juniper was flying across the Sea of Grimm and saw the lone assault ship flying over them. She noticed many ground Grimm attempting to throw projectiles at it. She then charged up and blasted a path for the assault team. Team RWBY hopped on top of the ship's roof and provided cover as they fired all around. RWBY was sniping while Weiss created barriers for cover. Young and Blake rapidly fired to reduce the numbers of attackers, and Nevermore rammed the ship's side, causing them to stumble. But Weiss, being the lightest of the team, stumbled and fell, only for RWBY to embed Crescent Rose to the hull and slid down its handle and caught Weiss. hand as she pulls her back up as Blake and Young was distracted and never more attempts to take one of them down as one grabbed Young off. Young was able to blast herself free and fired her gauntlets toward the ship as Blake threw Gamble's shroud and Young caught it. Blake pulled her back in with the ribbon as they regained their footing. RWBY. Pilot. How much longer? Pilot. We are on top of the target area. They look down and see the monster. The team returns back inside and activates the bomb. Young and Blake pushed it to the door as Weiss opened the bomb bay. RWBY covered them from any stray nevermores. The bomb was dropped and nuked the monster to oblivion. Young. Mission complete. Weiss. Pilot, bring us back. Pilot, roger that. Then they saw something in the distance, a massive light that explodes and something flew up towards the moon. They see a red light following it. RWBY. Oh no. Pilot, bring us back to the academy. He acknowledges and speeds towards the school. A few moments later they landed and saw the academy in ruins. Blake. It's beacon all over again. Weiss, the vault. Young, guys, wait. She saw RWBY rushing towards someone laying on the ground. It was Jessica. RWBY cradled her as she tries to wake her up. She pulled some smelling salts and waved it in her face. Then she came to Jessica. Ah. RWBY. Jessica. It's me, RWBY. Jessica. RWBY. What happened? Young, that's what we want to know. Jessica. I was fighting the brothers, one of them at least. Blake. The brothers are here. Then the relics. RWBY. Dad. Uncle Crow. Jessica. Go Rubes. I'm okay, I can handle things here. Where's John? Weiss. We saw a light shoot up to the moon. We believed he sent the fighting there for all our sakes. RWBY. Jess. The light was red. Jessica's eyes widened, knowing what that means. Something bad must have happened, and she scrambled to follow John up to the moon. The rest of the team then rushed back to the vault. What they saw horrified them as a path filled with bodies met them, but that pushed them to keep going, knowing the stakes. Atlas Vault. They arrived to see Penny, Crow, Ty, and even Pietro and Raven. Badly hurt Crow was over Tyrion's body with Harbinger and Omen stabbed into his body as he was impaled to the ground. The team administered first aid. RWBY. What happened? Penny. Salem took my father hostage. And B. She felt a pat on her head as she saw it was Crow. It wasn't your fault, kid. If they did that to me using squirt or firecracker here, I would have folded too. Young, Dad. Ty, I'm okay. Check Ray. She's in bad shape. Young, what is she doing here? Ty, she was captured and tortured by Salem. She escaped and saved our lives. If it wasn't for her, Tyrion would have killed us both. Penny, father. Pietro hugged her and reassures her it was not her fault. RWBY. Where is she? Crow, inside the vault. Must have got what she wanted. She hasn't exited it yet. Incoming transmission. Static. Ironwood. The Grimm are retreating. The war is over. Transmission ended. Crow. Looks like we won. RWBY. No. Not until we make sure. Meanwhile on the wall, Ashbin stabbed long memory into a sphinx's face. Glinda was back to him as they braced themselves, but the Grimm stopped fighting and scattered all over Glinda. What are they doing? Ashbin. Is it over? He then sees Ironwood walking towards them, missing an arm. Glinda. James. She caught him and sets him down. Ironwood. We destroyed the last monster. What's is out of the picture? But the relics. Ashbin. The brothers were here. I felt their presence, and I still do when I saw those lights sent to the moon. But now, I don't feel them anymore. Mr. Ark and Ms. Cruz have done it. Ironwood. The war is over. Ashbin. Not yet, old friend. I still feel her presence. Winter joined them alongside the Aesop's. Ironwood. Specialists. I need to return to the academy. Something has happened that demands our attention there. Winter, Clover remain here. Shore up the defenses just in case the Grimm return. Restock and rest. If anything happens, call in. They salute and get back to work. The trio then board a ship and return to the academy. Back to Atlas Academy. As they arrived, they were shocked to see the amount of bodies as they see Team RWBY and the remainders of Team TRQ nursing their wounds. They also saw Penny and Pietro together with them. Glinda. What happened? Crow. She happened. Ashbin. Where is she? Crow. Stuck in the vault. Ashbin. Show me. In the vault, they all prepared for another battle as Penny was asked to open the door, but what they saw was a huge scorch mark, and saw black fluid all over. They start to move back together. Oshpin ordered for a containment capsule. As the remaining soldiers complied, once there they collected the black goop, and put it into the container. Ironwood activated the stasis field, and kept the goop from completing its reformation. Now they plan on what to do next. They returned back the courtyard and assist Team RWBY in the mop-up, but they all stopped when they saw a green light descend from the sky. All of them were shocked to see a crying Jessica as she cradles a broken Jaune in her arms. Ironwood, that man needs medical attention. Hurry! Team RWBY grabbed a gurney and took Jaune off of Jessica's hands and straps him down. They put a breathing apparatus on him. As Young and Blake begin to bandage him, Weiss used some of her leftover dust to help with the life support machine function more efficiently. They then rushed him to the intensive care unit. Jessica looks on, trying to hold it together. Then someone lands beside her. It was Juniper. It'll be all right, Jessica. He's a tough boy. Jessica hugs Juniper as she cries at the state she saw Jaune was in. He was broken, and she hopes she can pick up the pieces. Chapter end. POV. An iris open and closed to see a white ceiling. We then see who it was as Jaune was laying down in a hospital bed. Everything that happened was a blur to him, but one thing he remembered was everything he saw was red. He couldn't move. He felt his neck was in a brace. His entire body feels numb as he tries to move, and nothing works, not even a finger. He remembers his arms were broken, but why can't he feel his legs? It appears to be he was under a lot of painkillers as his body was pushed beyond its limits. His shoulders dislocated due to him not stopping and punching something. His collarbones are cracked due to the constant swinging. His knuckles and fingers were all broken and misaligned. All of his muscles were torn apart due to pushing his body through the absolute limit. One bone in his forearm was completely broken and was surgically realigned and reinforced it with metal braces to keep in place. His legs were both broken as he launched himself at the bowl, leaving a huge crack on the ground. Jaune then starts to cry, not due to the state of his body but at the death of his loved one. He agonized and screamed, prompting the nurses to check on him. His friends and family who were there was informed that he is awake. His parents and all of his sisters were there alongside his sister-in-law and his nephew. They came near but was warned not to touch him or risk reopening wounds or breaking any bones. Joshua, son, Juliet, my little boy. Jaune saw them and cried. He wanted to die, but he remembered about his family and felt nothing but shame for his actions. Saffron, Jaune. Tara was with her and held Adrian for support. Adrian reached out to his uncle wanting to cheer him up, but Jaune just cried harder. His sisters just tried to comfort him as it was all ineffective. His friends were there also trying to reach him, but he can't hear their voices. Then he noticed the TV in the room was on and he saw the news, but that wasn't that caught his attention. It was the news was about breaking news. Grim attack halted as the Green Lantern Jessica Cruz came in and saved the day for the 4th day in a row. He looks down as the date was current. She was alive, and then all sound came back to him as he heard everyone's voices. RWBY. Jaune, can you hear us? Jaune, yeah. RWBY. I can hear you. Weiss, you had us all worried. Your family wanted to see you, so I flew them to Atlas myself. Blake, what happened up there? Young. Blakey let his family talk to him first. Juliet. Johnny. She gently hugs him as he felt no pain from it. Jaune. Mom. Joshua, son. You did good. You can rest now. Jaune, I know Dad. No. He simply laid down as his sisters barraged him with questions as he tries to answer them all. Saffron sat down, feeling all the nervousness fly away. Tara sets Adrian down next to Jaune as he chuckles and tries to pat his head but realized he can't even lift his arms. Adrian just hugs his uncle, trying to make things better. The rest just awed at the sight. After a while he had another visitor. It was Jessica. Jessica. Is he awake yet? She saw Jaune wide awake and looking at her as if she was a ghost. She realized what look he had and quickly came to his side and held his hand in support. Jessica. It's me. I'm real. And I'm not going anywhere. Tears fills his eyes as he starts bawling, prompting Jessica to embrace him. The others saw the moment and left the two alone. The two just felt each other's presence and just let each other know they were alive. Jaune calms down as he finally felt all the negative emotions just melt away. He tries getting up, but Jessica kept him from doing something. Jaune, related Jessica. Nope. You are resting until you are done recovering from all the injuries you did yourself. The doctor told us most of your injuries was self-inflicted. I knew that something happened to me since you did all of this to yourself. John, Jessica. She shushed him. Jessica, I know. Get some sleep, you earned it. John. I feel like I slept the entire day. This is enough. Jessica, John. You've been in a coma for an entire week. John. Jessica. Just focus on recovering and we will talk later. Okay. He nods and went back to sleep. She tucks him in and kissed him on the forehead and left to talk with the family, but it ended up as a teasing fest for her. John spent the entire month in recovery. He didn't do much of anything and let his body heal. Once he was out of danger and able to walk, he was discharged from the hospital. His family was with him along with Jessica, who helps him walk, but John used his rings to just levitate. As they were leaving the hospital, some members of the Aesops were there to ask John to come with them. He was summoned by Ironwood and his counsel about how to deal with Salem. Later, Ironwood's office. They arrived to see all the members of the circle there along with Team RWBY. Oshpin. Mr. Ark, Ms. Cruz. Welcome. Glinda. It's a relief to see you both alive. Jessica, us too. Ruby waved at them and they waved back. Ironwood. Sorry for calling you here, but we need to discuss how to deal with Salem. John, so she's still alive. Oshpin, indeed. But she is restrained. We wanted your input as Jin revealed to us that only a warrior of light can deal with her. John, with all my experience with OA, it serves as a prison for some of the galaxy's worst offenders. And with the Guardians there, they might have a way with dealing with an immortal. Jessica. So you're saying they should turn Salem over to the authority of the Green Lantern Corps? Jonas. Ganthet owes me several favors. Seems appropriate that I cash those in. Crow, pretty smart their glow stick. That will take a huge weight off our shoulders. He nods at him. Glinda. Jin did say that if she was away from the source of her magic, she would be virtually powerless. Are you sure that this planet OA is secure? Jessica. It is the headquarters of the Green Lanterns and it's populated only by lanterns. So even if she finds a way to slither out of her prison, she has a literal planet's worth of Green Lanterns to deal with. Ironwood. And many of them would be just as strong as you too. John. Some are stronger. Then that made their decision all the much easier. They turned Salem over to the Green Lantern Corps. John made a call to Ganthet as he agreed to take the rogue immortal. After a few preparations, more Green Lanterns arrived along with Ganthet. Once there, they saw the rough shape John was in as his arms were in casts. Bandages covered his torso and legs. Kilowog. Man Puzzer, you look like shit. Hell, what happened here? John looked around and saw that a war took place due to being a veteran. John. War how? This place went through the war. John hands over some papers to Ganthet as a formal report of what happened. The White Lantern ring was kept secret as John didn't know anything about it, nor does Jessica, but the energy of life wafted on both of them. Ganthet nods at the report and instructs his escort to carry the container back to OA as he opens a wormhole back. Ganthet. Thank you for all your efforts, Lantern Ark and Lantern Cruz. You both deserve a well-earned break. You have 3 months leave as I will station some lanterns to take your place temporarily. John. Thank you, Ganthet. Ganthet. No, Lantern Ark. Thank you both. Farewell. Jessica. By Ganthet. John. See you next time you need another ring. The old guardian chuckles as they ushered Salem off world. Oshpin looked up and felt a huge weight off his shoulders. Oshpin. So it is finally over. Ironwood. Indeed, old friend. Glinda. Now what? Ironwood. We rebuild. Like we always do. The council left the couple out there on the landing pad. Jessica and John stood there for a moment and then looked back to their partner. John. Let's go home. Jessica. She gave him a warm smile as they took off to an apartment in Atlas that Ironwood provided for them moments later. They arrived at their room as the door opens. Slight lemon warning. John sat on the bed but had difficulty removing his clothes. Jessica helped him by gently stripping it off him, but she didn't stop at the underwear, prompting John to panic slightly. She giggles and calms him down by gently laying him down in bed. She then used her ring to remove her own uniform, showcasing her curves to him, causing John to get up. She held his member and gently strokes it as she lubricates it with her mouth, making their next act much more easier for her. Once done, she got on top of him and slowly and gently puts John in her. There was a shooting pain as she was a virgin, but she toughened up and completely becoming one with her lover. John felt alive more than ever as she went up and down on him as he found strength in his arms to hold her by the hips as she laid on top of him and Shares a kiss. She used her tongue to play with his. As they melt into the kiss, they broke it off to catch their breath and break the ice with some small chatter. John: where did you learn to do this? Jessica: I've read some of your books for inspiration. The two laughs and enjoyed the moment, and went back to kissing as Jessica turned off the light in the room with one of her constructs. Finally, something good happened. Chapter end. After a while, John fully recovered and was back to his old self. He was a whole lot brighter when he went back to the academy with Jessica in tow. As they finally went back to class, his veil was still being rebuilt, and once that is done, Jessica and Team RWBY, along with all the students residing in Atlas, will return to classes there. It was mundane as Jessica felt like a kid again going back to school. It was a slow day in Port's class as they were all either listening, taking notes, or goofing. I often saw Jessica balance a pencil in between her nose and look Ruby was giggling in her face. She was making John bounce her in her head with a big round smile at the scene, remembering her early days as she saw good old Jaune joke around with cradle baseball. Ruby looked with a smile as she noticed that the new family was doing some humanitarian work helping both Atlas, Mantle, Mistral and Vale, making a good name for themselves. Weiss was taking things seriously, just like before. It was odd that her family was more active in society after John arrested her father for helping fund the grim takeover of Atlas. She was glad that Linton was the combat and stuck with her as they both get close to each other. Now who is here thinks they're good enough to take a type class for a day? He notices Jessica giggling at John and Ruby shenanigans and singles her out of court. Miss Cruz, I will take your laughter as your participation. Please come down here for the demonstration. She looked to John, who can't help her. She then sighs and dons her lantern uniform and hovers down to the ground. A lot of whispers going around as everyone knew she was one of the heroes of the Great Grim War. Some were ogling her due to her skin-tight outfit. Then they feel dread as they saw fire broke out on John as he glares at all the males who were staring. Jessica saw this and did some exercise to get his mind off of it as she slightly tilts herself, showing something to John, making the fire die down as he behaved, still red, but not the usual red port. Alright, with all of that out of the way, let me present you your opponent. He unveils a grim chimera they call Port. Now let's see what you are made of. He lets it loose as Jessica got into a crouching stance and tried to stare at her, as she easily dealt with it with one well-placed kick to the jaw, decapitating it, and coincidentally sending the head to the desk of some of the guys. Wins. After all the school shenanigans, the pair head off somewhere. It was a hill overlooking Atlas with a tree on it, with a war memorial placed next to it. They saw a blue star in the distance flying over Atlas as Juniper was on patrol, keeping the peace in their place. John: looks like Juniper's got things handled. Jessica: yeah, it seems so. She looks at him slightly sad, knowing it was the anniversary for Team JPR as he sets down flowers at a monument, along with all the soldiers that died during the war. John looked at him and smiled. John: I'm doing fine, guys. It's already been a year, and a lot of stuff had happened. I met someone that helped me through the dark times. So you don't have to worry. I will keep moving forward. And I will always keep our memories with me. Thank you all for being with me. I know you were all there. Thank you, my second family. He stood back up and wiped a tear of his face, but he toughened up and gave them a salute. They stayed like that for a few moments until something happened. A rift in the universe opened as the two looked at it. Jessica: what is that? John: I don't know, but our job as lanterns tells me we need to investigate it. She nods as they put on their uniforms. They held hands for a moment, and we see a couple of gold rings adorn their ring fingers, and then let's go as they fly into the portal. Chapter end. Please support this tired author through donations. Ko-Fi. https://ko-fi.com/bustersub. PayPal. https://www.paypal.com/ncp/payment/wvpitcher5qgem8